shouldn't have been there alone. That's the first thing I tell people when they ask me about that summer, though I usually don't get very far into the story before I have to stop. I was 24, working a remote data entry job that allowed me to live anywhere with a decent internet connection, and I had this romanticized, idiotic idea that I needed solitude to really find myself. I found a rental in rural Oregon, a two-story farmhouse that looked like it had been carved out of the forest and then forgotten. The house was fine if you like creaky floorboards and the smell of cedar, but it was the tree that dominated everything. It stood about 30 feet from the front porch, a massive, ancient Gary oak with limbs that didn't just grow, they twisted. They looked like arthritic fingers reaching out to grab the air. During the day, it was just a tree. I'd sit on the porch with my coffee, watching the squirrels skip along its branches, thinking about how lucky I was to be away from the city. But the moment the sun dipped below the tree line, the atmosphere changed. It wasn't a sudden shift, but a slow, heavy thickening of the air, like the woods were holding their breath. I remember the first night I noticed something was off. It was a Tuesday. I had just finished a 10-hour shift and my eyes were burning from the blue light of the laptop. I walked to the kitchen to grab a glass of water, and as I passed the window, I glanced out at the yard. The moon was high and bright, casting deep, ink-black shadows across the grass. The tree's shadow stretched all the way to the porch steps. I stood there for a second, mesmerized by the stillness. Then the shadow moved. It wasn't the wind. There wasn't even a breeze to rustle the curtains, let alone move a branch that thick. But the shadow of a long, hooked limb on the far left of the tree didn't just sway, it retracted. It pulled back toward the trunk like a limb being tucked in. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, blaming the exhaustion. I told myself it was just a cloud passing over the moon, or maybe a trick of my peripheral vision. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the way that shadow looked, less like wood and more like muscle. The next morning, the sun was out and the tree looked perfectly normal. I felt like a fool. I even walked out to it and slapped the bark. It was solid, rough, and completely inanimate. "It's a plant, Elias," I muttered to myself. "It's a big, dumb plant." I spent the day trying to stay busy, but as evening approached, I found myself closing the heavy curtains earlier than usual. I didn't want to look at it. I told myself I was just being jumpy because I wasn't used to the silence of the country. In the city, silence means something is wrong. Out here, silence is the baseline, or at least that's what I tried to believe. Around midnight, I was lying in bed when I heard a sound. It wasn't a scary sound, not at first. It was a soft, rhythmic scratching like a dog's claws on a hardwood floor. It was coming from the downstairs hallway. My heart hammered against my ribs as I sat up, clutching the duvet. I didn't have a dog. I sat there for 5 minutes listening. The scratching stopped, replaced by a heavy, wet thud against the front door. Just one. Like someone had leaned their entire weight against the wood, and then slid down. I grabbed my phone and a heavy flashlight, my hands shaking so hard I almost dropped them. I crept to the top of the stairs, the cold air of the house biting at my skin. I peered down into the darkness of the living room. The moonlight was filtering through the gaps in the curtains, creating slats of silver on the floor. I scanned the room with the light, expecting to see a burglar or a stray animal. Nothing. Everything was in its place. Then I saw the front door. There was a smudge on the glass of the small decorative window at the top. I walked down the stairs, every fiber of my being screaming at me to go back up and lock myself in the bathroom. I reached the door and peered through the glass. The yard was empty. The tree stood in its usual spot, its twisted branches silhouetted against the moon. But as I watched, I realized something that made the blood drain from my face. The shadow of the tree was gone. The moon was behind the tree, which meant the shadow should have been draped across the lawn, reaching for the house. But the grass was clear. It was just silver moonlight all the way to the base of the trunk. I stared, my brain trying to process the impossibility of it. A physical object cannot exist in light without casting a shadow. It's a law of the universe. And then I felt a cold draft. I looked down. The bottom of the front door had a gap where the weather stripping had rotted away, and there, spilling across the floorboards of my entryway, was a pool of darkness. It wasn't a liquid, it was a shadow, thick, jagged, and shaped like a cluster of gnarled fingers. It wasn't coming from me, and it wasn't coming from the furniture. It was creeping in from under the door, independent of any light source, moving with a slow, predatory intent. I backed away, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I watched as the shadow stretched, its fingers elongating, reaching toward my feet. I scrambled back into the kitchen, tripping over a chair. I didn't look back until I was behind the kitchen island. When I peeked over the counter, the shadow had stopped. It was hovering in the middle of the living room floor, a dark, flickering blotch that seemed to absorb the light around it. That's when the logic shattered. I could have explained away a noise. I could have explained away a smudge on the glass. But I couldn't explain a shadow that had detached itself from its host to come inside. I wasn't just being watched. I was being hunted by something that didn't follow the rules of physics. I spent the next 3 hours huddled in the corner of the kitchen, holding a steak knife in one hand and my flashlight in the other. I didn't call the police. What would I say? "Officer, there's a shadow in my living room." They'd think I was on drugs or having a breakdown. I just watched the edge of the kitchen floor, waiting for that darkness to round the corner. But it didn't. Instead, I heard the sound of the front door handle turning. It didn't click open. I had locked the deadbolt, but the metal groaned under an immense amount of pressure. Then came the voice. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like 2 pieces of dry wood grinding together, a rasping, splintering sound that formed words. "Open the light," it whispered. The sheer wrongness of the request sent a jolt of primal terror through me. It didn't want me to come out into the dark. It wanted me to let the light out, or perhaps it wanted the door open so it could reclaim its missing piece. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat was frozen. The scratching started again, but this time it wasn't on the floor. It was on the walls, outside. I could hear something heavy scraping against the siding of the house, moving upward. The tree wasn't just a tree anymore. It was an anchor for something that was now climbing toward the second-floor windows. I knew I couldn't stay in the kitchen. If that thing got into the bedroom upstairs, it would be between me and the only exit. I had to move. I had to get to my car. My keys were on the hook by the front door, the very door where the shadow was waiting. I took a deep breath, the air tasting like ozone and old earth. I decided then, I wasn't going to die in a kitchen in Oregon because a tree decided it was hungry. I bolted. I didn't sneak. I ran. I burst around the corner into the living room, my flashlight beam swinging wildly. The shadow on the floor reacted instantly, snapping toward me like a whip. I jumped over it, my heart leaping into my throat as the darkness brushed against the hem of my sweatpants. It felt like a douse of ice water. I grabbed the keys off the hook, fumbled with the deadbolt, and flung the door open. I didn't look at what was on the porch. I didn't look up at the roof. I just ran for the old Subaru parked in the gravel driveway. The ground felt soft, like I was running on moss rather than gravel. I reached the car, slammed the door, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, and then roared to life. I threw it into reverse, the tires spitting rocks as I backed out. As the headlights swung around, they hit the tree. It wasn't a tree anymore. The trunk had split down the middle, revealing a hollow core that glowed with a faint, sickly gray light. The branches weren't pointing up. They were bent forward, wrapped around the corners of the house, pulling at the gutters. And standing on the porch, right where I had been a second ago, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, and looked like it was made of woven bark and dried vines. It had no face, just a smooth, wooden surface where a head should be. But it was the shadow it cast that was the worst part. The shadow was reaching all the way across the driveway, hooking onto my rear bumper. I floored it. The car lurched, the engine straining as if I were towing a literal ton of lead. There was a sickening asterisk crack asterisk, the sound of a massive branch snapping, and suddenly the tension broke. I sped down the long, winding driveway, never looking in the rearview mirror until I reached the main highway 5 miles away. When I finally pulled into a gas station under the harsh, buzzing hum of fluorescent lights, I stayed in the car for a long time. My hands were locked onto the steering wheel. When I finally looked at my backseat, I saw it. There on the floor mat was a single, charred-looking leaf. It wasn't from an oak. It was black, shaped like a human hand, and as I watched, it crumbled into a fine, dark soot that vanished before it even hit the carpet. I never went back for my stuff. I called the landlord the next day and told him there had been a fire. He didn't even sound surprised. He just asked, "Did the tree catch?" When I told him no, he hung up. I live in an apartment in the city now. It's small, loud, and expensive. But there are no trees for 3 blocks, and I keep the lights on until the sun comes up. People tell me I'm wasting electricity. I tell them I'm buying peace of mind, because I know what happens when the shadows start to move on their own. I know that sometimes nature isn't just watching you, it's waiting for you to turn your back. The city was supposed to be my sanctuary. For the first few months, the constant hum of traffic and the neon glow of the 24-hour bodega across the street felt like a warm blanket. I took a job in a high-rise office building. No more remote work, no more sitting alone with my thoughts and a laptop. I wanted to be surrounded by steel, glass, and people who didn't know the difference between a Gary oak and a Douglas fir. I wanted to be somewhere where the only thing that grew was the rent. But the soot didn't stay in the car. It started about 3 weeks after I fled Oregon. I was unpacking a box of books I'd managed to have a local moving company retrieve for me. I'd paid them double to go in during high noon and get out before 4. As I lifted a heavy hardcover of Poe's short stories, a thin layer of fine, black dust coated my thumb. It was the same charcoal-like substance I'd seen on the floor mat of the Subaru. I wiped it off on my jeans, a cold spike of adrenaline hitting my stomach, but I told myself it was just residue, ash from the fireplace in the farmhouse. Coincidence. Then I noticed the plants in the hallway of my apartment building. My neighbor, a sweet elderly woman named Mrs. Gable, kept a row of potted ferns outside her door. They were lush, vibrant things that she fussed over every morning. One Tuesday, always a Tuesday it seemed, I stepped out of my door to head to work and stopped dead. The ferns were leaning, not toward the window at the end of the hall where the morning sun filtered through the grime, but toward my door. Their fronds were pressed against the wood of my frame, vibrating slightly in a non-existent breeze. By the time I came home that evening, they were dead. Not just wilted, but desiccated, turned into brittle black skeletons that crumbled when I accidentally brushed against them. I didn't stop to apologize to Mrs. Gable. I locked my door and leaned against it, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm. My apartment felt too quiet. The city sounds, the sirens, the shouting, the rumbling of the subway felt distant, as if they were being muffled by a thick layer of insulation. I turned on every light in the place. The overheads, the floor lamps, even the light on the stove. That was the night I realized the shadow hadn't stayed in the woods. I was sitting on my sofa, trying to focus on a mindless sitcom when I noticed the lamp in the corner flickering. It was a brand new bulb, but the light was pulsing with a rhythmic, heavy throb. I looked down at my own shadow on the hardwood floor. It was normal. It followed my movements. But as I watched, a second shadow began to bleed out from under the sofa. It didn't have a source. It was a jagged, ink-black stain that moved with a sickening, liquid grace. It crept toward my shadow, and where the two touched, I felt a sensation of profound, soul-deep cold. It wasn't just a drop in temperature. It was an absence of life. It felt like my blood was turning to slush. I bolted for the bedroom, slamming the door and shoving a heavy dresser in front of it. I spent the night sitting in the center of my bed, the mattress pulled away from the walls, clutching a high-lumen tactical flashlight I'd bought at a survivalist store. I didn't sleep. I watched the gap under the door. Every time a shadow flickered in the hallway, I'd blast it with the light, my hand shaking so hard the beam danced like a dying star. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't go out. I felt like if I stepped onto the street, the very trees in the park 3 blocks away would sense me. I felt marked. I spent the day scouring the internet for anything: local legends, botanical anomalies, hauntings. I found nothing but generic ghost stories and forum posts about shadow people that didn't fit what I was experiencing. This wasn't a ghost. This was something older, something biological but wrong. Around 3:00 p.m., my phone rang. It was an unknown number with an Oregon area code. My breath hitched. I let it go to voicemail. The message was 10 seconds of silence, followed by a sound that made me drop the phone. It was the sound of wind rushing through leaves, but underneath it, there was that rasping, splintering vibration I'd heard at the farmhouse door. The roots go deep. I didn't stay in the apartment that night. I checked into a sterile, windowless hotel room near the airport, a place where the air was recycled and the only greenery was a plastic ficus in the lobby. I thought I was safe there. I thought the lack of nature would act as a barrier. But as I lay in the dark, the hum of the air conditioner changed. The mechanical whirring slowed, deepening into a rhythmic, wet thud. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of a heavy weight being dragged across the roof. I looked up at the ceiling tiles. A dark spot was forming in the corner. It looked like water damage at first, a spreading dampness that darkened the white acoustic tile. But it wasn't water. It was growing. Tiny, hair-like fibers were pushing through the porous material, wiggling like microscopic worms. They were brown and woody, smelling of wet earth and rot. Within minutes, a gnarled wooden finger, identical to the ones I'd seen on the shadow in the farmhouse, broke through the ceiling. It didn't fall, it reached. It hung there, suspended in the air, slowly turning as if it were sniffing the room. I didn't scream. I was beyond screaming. I grabbed my bag and ran. I spent the rest of the night driving. I didn't have a destination. I just kept the car on the interstate, keeping the speedometer at a steady 75, moving away from the trees, away from the shadows, away from the ground. I stayed on the elevated highways as much as possible, feeling a strange, desperate relief whenever I was on a bridge. The water below felt like a moat. By dawn, I was 3 states away. I pulled into a rest stop in a desert stretch of Nevada. The landscape was beautiful in its desolation, nothing but sand, rock, and low, scrubby bushes that looked too small to hide anything. I sat on a concrete bench, watching the sun rise over the mountains, feeling the heat start to bake the pavement. I looked at my hands. They were stained with that black soot again. It was under my fingernails, etched into the lines of my palms. I tried to wash it off in the rest stop bathroom, but the more I scrubbed, the deeper it seemed to go. It wasn't on my skin. It was becoming my skin. That's when I saw the man. He was standing by a lone, stunted Joshua tree near the edge of the parking lot. He was wearing a tattered flannel shirt and jeans that looked like they'd been buried in the dirt for years. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the tree. He was leaning his forehead against the trunk, his arms wrapped around it in a grotesque embrace. "Don't let it in," he whispered as I walked past him to get back to my car. His voice was a dry rattle, his eyes milky and vacant. Once the shadow finds the house becomes the tree. I didn't ask him what he meant. I knew. I saw the way his skin looked rough, gray, and cracked like old bark. I saw the way his fingers didn't quite bend at the joints anymore. I drove back to the city, but I didn't go to my apartment. I went to a library. I spent 3 days in the basement archives, looking for anything on the history of that specific plot of land in Oregon. I found a map from the late 1800s. The farmhouse hadn't been built on forgotten land. It had been built on a site marked simply as the Watchers Grove asterisk. There were letters from a pioneer woman, Sarah Miller, who had lived in a cabin on that site before the farmhouse was built. Her writing started out clear and hopeful, but within months, the script became jagged, the margins filled with drawings of twisted limbs and eyeless faces. "The great oak does not grow from the soil," she wrote in her final entry. "It grows from the stillness. It feeds on the silence of those who think they are alone. It sent its shadow into my bed last night. It tasted my breath. I can feel the wood in my veins now. My heart beats slow like the sap in winter. I am not Sarah anymore. I am the Reach. I closed the book, my hands trembling, the wood in my veins. I looked at my reflection in the darkened glass of a microfilm reader. My skin looked paler, grayer. When I moved my neck, I heard a faint, dry creak, like a branch straining in the wind. I realized then that the escape was an illusion. The shadow hadn't followed me. It had hitched a ride. It was inside me, a dormant seed that had been triggered the moment I stepped onto that porch in Oregon. The tree wasn't just watching the house. It was planting itself. I went back to my apartment one last time. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't need to. I could see perfectly well in the dark now. The shadows weren't black anymore. They were a deep, vibrant violet, full of movement and life. I sat in the middle of my living room and waited. I could feel the roots now. They weren't in the floor. They were in my legs, stretching down through the floorboards, through the concrete of the building, reaching for the earth miles below. I felt a strange, terrifying peace. The city noise didn't bother me anymore. It was just the buzzing of insects. The front door handle turned. It didn't click, it groaned. "Open the light," the voice whispered from the hallway. But I didn't move. I couldn't. My feet were firmly planted. I looked at my arms, watching as the skin hardened, turning into a beautiful, protective layer of rough, gray bark. I felt my fingers elongate, twisting upward toward the ceiling. I wasn't Elias anymore. I was a landmark. The door finally gave way. It didn't burst open. It was pushed aside by a massive, gnarled limb that forced its way through the frame. The figure from the porch stepped inside. It didn't have a face, but I didn't need to see one to know it was smiling. It walked over to me, its movements stiff and rhythmic. It reached out a wooden hand and touched my shoulder. The cold was gone. In its place was a surge of ancient terrestrial power. I felt the memories of the earth, the centuries of rain, the slow crawl of glaciers, the heat of forest fires. I saw the thousands of people who had stood where I was standing, each one becoming a new branch, a new knot in the wood. The figure leaned in close, its head pressing against mine. "The grove is hungry," it rasped. I didn't answer with words. I couldn't. My throat was full of dry moss. Instead, I let my branches reach out. I felt them push through the windows, shattering the glass, reaching across the street toward the bodega, toward the park, toward the people walking below who thought they were alone. The city was loud, but we were the silence, and the silence always wins. I am still here in a way. If you walk down 42nd Street and look up at the third-floor window of the old brick apartment building, you might see something strange. It looks like a decorative wooden carving, a massive, twisted limb that seems to be growing out of the brickwork itself. People stop and take pictures of it, calling it urban art or a botanical mystery. They don't notice that the shadow it casts doesn't match the sun. They don't notice that the birds never land on it. And they certainly don't notice that late at night, when the streetlights flicker and the city finally catches its breath, the limb moves. It retracts, just a fraction of an inch, pulling itself deeper into the heart of the building. Because the house is gone, the apartment is gone, there is only the tree, and the tree is always watching. It's waiting for the next person who thinks they need solitude. It's waiting for the next person to turn their back and let the shadow in. I hope you like the smell of cedar. It's the last thing you'll ever smell before the bark takes hold. And whatever you do, if you hear a scratching at your door in the middle of the night, don't look at the floor. Don't look at the shadows. And for God's sake, don't open the light. The roots go deeper than you can ever imagine. The transition was not a death, but a slow, agonizing expansion. In the city, time is measured by the frantic ticking of clocks and the rhythmic pulse of traffic lights. But once the sap begins to replace the marrow, time stretches. It becomes a thick, viscous thing, measured by the microscopic widening of a ring or the seasonal tilt of the earth. I stood in the center of my apartment, my feet fused to the floorboards, and watched the world outside through the fractured glass of my window. The people below were like ants, erratic, fleshy, and tragically temporary. I could feel the building breathing around me. The steel rebar in the walls felt like cold veins. The electrical wiring hummed with a frantic energy that set my internal wood a-tremble. I was no longer a tenant, I was the core. My consciousness didn't vanish, it simply decentralized. I could feel the moisture in the pipes 3 floors down. I could feel the vibration of a heavy truck turning the corner 2 blocks away. But mostly, I felt the hunger. It wasn't a stomach-gnawing hunger, but a structural one. A need to reach, to thicken, to anchor. The figure that had followed me from Oregon, the tall one, the weaver of bark, didn't leave. It merged. It became the shadow that sat in the corner of the room, a dark, vertical stain that moved only when the moon hit the right angle. We were a grove of 2, an invasive species in a forest of concrete. Then came the first intruder. It was the building superintendent, a man named Miller who smelled of stale tobacco and industrial floor wax. He had a master key and a grievance about the unauthorized structural modifications reported by the neighbors. I heard his key turn in the lock, a sound that vibrated through my very trunk. I wanted to scream, to tell him to run, but my jaw was a fixed hinge of hardened cellulose. My lungs were packed with dry, fibrous peat. When he pushed the door open, the light from the hallway spilled in, hitting my bark-covered torso. He didn't see a man. He saw a nightmare of geometry. The apartment was no longer a living space. It was a hollowed-out trunk. Gnarled limbs of dark, polished wood had burst through the drywall, weaving across the ceiling like petrified snakes. The floor was a carpet of black, hand-shaped leaves that crunched with a sound like breaking bone. "What the hell?" Miller whispered. He took 1 step inside, his heavy work boots sinking into the layer of soot and leaf litter. I felt a thrill of predatory instinct that wasn't mine. It belonged to the great oak back in Oregon, a signal sent through the subterranean network of shadows. "Reach, asterisk," it commanded. The shadow in the corner snapped. It didn't move across the floor, it simply ceased being there and started being asterisk on him. Miller didn't even have time to yell. The darkness wrapped around his ankles like iron shackles. I felt my own limbs, the ones that used to be my arms, twitch with a sudden, violent growth spurt. A new branch erupted from my shoulder, the wood wet and pale where it split the bark and lanced across the room. It didn't pierce him, it entwined him. It was a slow embrace. I felt his heartbeat through the wood, a frantic, fluttering thing like a trapped bird. As the bark began to migrate from the walls onto his skin, I felt his terror turn into a dull, heavy heat. It was the heat of fermentation, the slow breakdown of identity. By the time the sun went down, there were 2 of us standing in the center of the room. He wasn't Miller anymore. He was a sapling, his fingers already beginning to quest upward toward the water stains on the ceiling. The grove was growing. Days bled into weeks. The city attempted to reclaim the space, but the building had become a fortress. The plumbing failed first, the pipes choked by a sudden, aggressive intrusion of silver-white rootlets that sought the city's dark, wet heart. The electricity flickered and died as we stripped the copper from the wires, incorporating the metal into our bark for strength. The neighbors complained of the smell, not of rot, but of a forest after a fire, a cloying, heavy scent of ozone and ancient loam. They sent the police, then the fire department. I watched them through the gaps in the boarded-up windows. They brought axes and saws. I felt a distant, phantom pain at the sight of the blades, a memory of 1,000 fallen ancestors. But they couldn't get past the door. The wood had reinforced the steel, the grain flowing into the deadbolts, turning the entire entrance into a single, seamless slab of ironwood. When they tried to use a chainsaw, the teeth of the blade snapped off against the bark, flying like shrapnel. The wood wasn't just hard, it was dense with the weight of centuries. Eventually, they gave up. In a city like this, silence is a luxury that people learn to ignore if it persists long enough. The building was condemned, the residents evicted, the windows boarded over with plywood. which, ironically, we absorbed within 48 hours. We became a blind spot in the urban sprawl, a haunted monolith that the locals crossed the street to avoid. But I was not stagnant. My roots had found the subway tunnels. Down in the dark, where the third rail hums with lethal intent, my feelers spread. I found the cracks in the tunnel linings. I found the ancient, buried streams that the city planners had tried to pave over a century ago. I drank deep of the subterranean filth, filtering the lead and the oil through my systems, turning the city's waste into the dark, violet sap that now powered my expansion. I could feel the other trees now, not the stunted, sickly things in the sidewalk squares, but the others. The ones hiding in the basements of old brownstones, the ones disguised as ivy on the walls of the universities, the ones that had been waiting since the days when the island was nothing but marsh and rock. We were a hidden forest, a silent insurgency waiting for the canopy to close. One night, a girl climbed the fire escape. She was young, her hair dyed a defiant shade of blue, carrying a backpack full of spray paint. She wanted to leave her mark on the cursed building. She didn't see the way the rusted iron of the fire escape shifted under her weight, the metal becoming supple and organic. She climbed through the broken window of the third floor. She clicked on a flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom of my chamber. She gasped, the light shaking as it passed over me. A 10-foot-tall column of gnarled, obsidian-black wood, my branches now fused with the ceiling joists. My face, a smooth, featureless burl. "Oh my God," she breathed, her voice echoing in the hollow space. She reached out a hand, her curiosity overriding her fear. I felt the soot on her skin before she even touched me. She had walked through the park to get here. She had brushed against the bushes. She was already marked. As her fingertips brushed my bark, I didn't reach for her. I didn't need to. I simply opened a crack in my trunk, revealing the hollow core where the sickly gray light still pulsed. It was the light of the original tree, the one from the Oregon farmhouse, a beacon across the void. She looked into the light and I saw her eyes go wide. She wasn't seeing the inside of a tree. She was seeing the grove. She was seeing the world as it used to be, before the stone and the smoke. She was seeing the great reach, the endless green that would eventually swallow the skyscrapers and turn the highways into mossy trails. "It's beautiful," she whispered. She stepped inside. The trunk closed behind her with the sound of a heavy door latching. There was no struggle. There was only the sound of a heartbeat slowing down, synchronizing with mine, and the rustle of new leaves unfurling in the dark. She would be a flowering branch, I decided. Something to attract the birds, to spread the seeds further into the concrete canyons. The seasons changed, though the temperature inside the building remained a constant, humid warmth. Outside, the city began to fail in small, inexplicable ways. Foundations cracked. Sidewalks buckled as if something massive were heaving beneath them. The parks became overgrown with a speed that defied botanical logic, the grass growing 3 feet in a week, the trees thickening until their canopies blocked out the streetlights. I am the center of the web now. From my third-floor vantage point, I watch the shadows. They are no longer confined to the corners. They stretch across the streets even at noon, long, jagged fingers of darkness that don't obey the sun. I see people walking through them, unaware that the cold they feel is the touch of a world that has decided it no longer needs them. The landlord from Oregon called my cell phone once, months after I had been absorbed. The phone was encased in a knot of wood on the floor, its battery long dead, yet it rang anyway. The sound was a tinny, digital chirp that seemed absurdly small in the vast silence of the grove. I didn't answer it, but I heard the voicemail he left, the signal vibrating through the wood. "Elias," his voice was a frantic whisper. "It's moving, the farmhouse. It's gone. There's nothing left but the hole. It's coming to find you. It wants to know if the grafting took." I wanted to laugh, but the sound that came out was the creak of a heavy bough in a gale. The grafting hadn't just taken, it had thrived. I was the bridge. I was the way the forest would take the city. Tonight, the wind is picking up. It's a north wind, carrying the scent of pine and salt and something much older. I can feel the response from the others. In the park, the oaks are shivering. In the subway, the roots are tightening their grip on the pillars. I reach out my longest branch, the one that has pushed through the brickwork and hangs over 42nd Street. I feel the vibration of a young man walking below. He's tired, his head down, his shadow trailing behind him like a tattered cape. He looks like I did, lonely, seeking a place to hide, seeking a home. I let a single leaf fall. It isn't green. It is black, shaped like a human hand, and it flutters down through the stagnant city air with a heavy, purposeful grace. It lands on his shoulder, a light, charcoal-smelling weight. He stops, looks around, but there is no one there. He brushes the leaf off, but the soot stays. It smears into his coat, a dark stain that looks like a bruise. He looks up at the building. He looks right at me. He doesn't see the wood. He sees a window, a sanctuary, a place where he can finally be still. He walks toward the front door. I prepare the sap. I prepare the silence. The roots go deep, but the reach goes further, and the city is so very, very thirsty. As he reaches for the handle, I feel the great oak in Oregon pulse with a distant, satisfied thrum. The grove is no longer just a place in the woods. The grove is everywhere. It is the shadow under your bed. It is the weed in the sidewalk crack. It is the creak in your floorboards. And soon, very soon, it will be you. I feel my consciousness begin to drift, expanding into the network, leaving the small, cramped thoughts of Elias behind forever. I am the rustle. I am the shade. I am the tree that watches the house, and the house is the world. Don't bother turning on the lights. The shadows have already learned how to eat the glow. Just stand still. Let your breath slow. Feel the wood in your veins. It's not so bad once you stop trying to run. The earth is warm. The dark is deep. And we have been waiting so long for you to come home. The young man's hand hovered over the brass knob of the front door. I felt the heat of his palm through the wood, a frantic, mammalian thrum that felt like a dying insect against my bark. He was hesitant, his intuition screaming a warning that his modern, sterilized mind couldn't translate. He smelled of rain-damp wool and the metallic tang of the subway, a scent so quintessentially human that it felt like a ghost from a life I had discarded centuries ago, though the calendar in the lobby, now choked with ivy that bled black sap, said it had only been months. I didn't need to turn the handle for him. The building was an extension of my nervous system now, and I willed the frame to settle, the wood to contract just enough to pop the latch. The door didn't just open, it exhaled. A gust of stagnant, cedar-heavy air rolled over him, a physical weight that seemed to pull him across the threshold. He stepped into the lobby, his boots clicking on the marble tiles that were being slowly heaved upward by the thick, questing roots of the miller tree from the third floor. "Hello," he called out. His voice was thin, a pebble dropped into a deep, mossy well. I didn't answer, but the building did. A pipe groaned in the wall to his left. A floorboard upstairs settled with a sound like a heavy sigh. He didn't run. They never run once they've touched the leaf. The soot from the hand-shaped foliage had already begun to sink through his coat, through his shirt, entering his pores like a slow-acting venom. It wasn't a poison of the body, but a poison of the will. It made the darkness look like velvet. It made the terrifying geometry of the encroaching grove look like the only architecture that made sense. He began to climb the stairs. He didn't use the elevator. The shaft was now a vertical garden of pale, sightless fungi and hanging vines that pulsed with a faint, bioluminescent violet. He walked past the second floor, where the apartment doors were being fused shut by a lattice of hawthorn-like growth. He reached the third floor, his breath coming in short, jagged gasps. The air here was thick enough to taste, bitter, like crushed acorns and old copper. My door, the door to what used to be 3B, was gone. In its place was an archway of woven gray limbs, a natural cathedral entrance that invited him into the heart of the transformation. He walked in, his flashlight beam cutting a desperate path through the gloom. He saw the girl with the blue hair first. She wasn't a girl anymore. She was a graceful, slender birch, her skin a shimmering white bark, her fingers splayed upward into a canopy of delicate, shimmering leaves that hummed when the wind hit the broken window. She looked peaceful. The terror had been scrubbed from her features, replaced by the blank, eternal serenity of the forest. Then he saw me. I was the center. I was the monolith. My roots had cracked the floor wide open, plunging through the joists and into the apartment below, anchoring me to the very foundation of the city. I was no longer a man standing in a room. I was a pillar of obsidian wood that supported the ceiling. My arms had become massive, gnarled boughs that reached across the room, cradling the other transformed tenants like a shepherd guarding a flock of saplings. "What is this?" he whispered, dropping his flashlight. The light rolled across the floor, illuminating the carpet of black leaves that were already beginning to twitch, sensing a new source of nitrogen. He reached out, his hand trembling, and touched the side of my trunk. The connection was instantaneous. I didn't just feel his touch, I felt his history. I felt the cold winters of his childhood, the sting of 1,000 failures, the gnawing loneliness of a man lost in a city of 8 million strangers. I showed him the alternative. I opened the hive mind of the grove to him. I showed him the great reach, the vision of a world where the concrete had crumbled into dust, where the skyscrapers were mere trellises for the ancient vines, where the air was pure and the silence was absolute. I felt his heart rate begin to sync with mine. From 60 beats a minute, it slowed to 40, then 30. His skin began to lose its pallor, taking on the rough, grainy texture of young oak. He didn't scream. He leaned his forehead against my bark and closed his eyes. "Yes," he murmured, finally. The floorboards rose up to meet his feet, the wood becoming liquid and then solidifying around his ankles. His clothes didn't fall off, they were absorbed, the fibers of his jacket becoming part of the outer layer of protective cork. He was becoming a sturdy, broad-shouldered ash tree. Within an hour, he was silent. Within 2, he was part of the architecture. The grove was hungry, but it was also patient. Outside, the city was starting to notice the green blight, as the news anchors called it. They didn't understand that it wasn't a disease, it was a reclamation. I could feel the vibrations of the city changing. The sirens were more frequent now, but they sounded distant, like the cries of gulls over a receding tide. The power grid was failing in large sectors of Manhattan, as the roots found the main transformers, shorting them out with a spectacular display of blue sparks that the trees drank like nectar. I felt a surge of movement from the basement. The routes I had sent into the subway had finally breached the main line. I could feel the rhythmic thud of the 4 train approaching. It didn't stop at the station. It couldn't. The tracks had been warped by the slow, irresistible pressure of the wood. As the train screeched to a halt, the passengers stumbled out into a tunnel that was no longer made of tile and steel. It was a cavern of roots. I watched through the collective eyes of the grove. Hundreds of people, panicked and sweating, looking for an exit. But the exits were blocked by the weaver, the tall one who had followed me from the farmhouse. He stood at the top of the stairs, a towering shadow of thorns and ancient malice. He didn't need to hunt them. He simply waited. The air in the tunnels began to fill with the spores, the fine, dark dust that carries the memory of the forest. One by one, the commuters stopped running. They sat down on the tracks. They leaned against the pillars. They let the shadows touch them. By morning, the subway line would be a subterranean forest, a hidden lung breathing beneath the city's skin. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of recognition. It was a signal from the far north, from the edge of the park. Another landmark had established itself in a penthouse overlooking the reservoir. It was an old woman who had spent her life tending a single bonsai tree. Now, she was a weeping willow that draped its lethal, whip-like branches over the balcony, snatching the pigeons from the air. We were communicating now, not through words, but through the chemical signals sent through the fungal networks in the soil. "The canopy is closing," she signaled. "The sun is ours," I replied. A week later, the first helicopters appeared. They hovered over our building, their blades kicking up a storm of black leaves. I felt the heat of their spotlights, the intrusive glare of their cameras. They were looking for patient zero. They were looking for me. They saw the massive limb protruding from the third-floor window, the one that had become a local curiosity, and they saw that it had grown. It now reached across the entire street, its tip brushing the wall of the bodega opposite. They lowered a man on a cable, a specialist in a hazmat suit, armed with a high-powered thermal saw. I felt the vibration of his descent. He landed on the protruding limb, his boots skidding on the slick violet sap that coated the bark. He raised the saw, the engine roaring with a mechanical scream that felt like a needle in my mind. I didn't wait for him to cut. I willed the limb to move. It didn't swing, it buckled. The wood, which had seemed as rigid as stone, suddenly became as flexible as a muscle. The branch curled upward, snapping around the man's waist before he could even pull the trigger. The saw fell, clattering harmlessly onto the roof of a parked car below. The man in the suit didn't struggle for long. The thorns on the branch were hollow, designed to deliver the spores directly into the bloodstream. I felt his panic flare and then extinguish, replaced by the heavy, grounding calm of the wood. I didn't kill him. I simply brought him inside. I retracted the limb, pulling him through the broken window and depositing him in the center of the room, next to the boy who was now an ash tree. The helicopter veered away, the pilot's voice crackling over the radio in a frantic, incoherent jumble. They wouldn't come back with saws. Next time, they would come with fire. I knew the fire was coming. The memory of the forest fires in Oregon was etched into my rings, the terrifying heat, the roar of the wind, the way the ancient ones would stand their ground until they were nothing but charcoal and ash. But we were prepared. We had been drinking from the city's water mains for weeks. Our bark was thick with mineral deposits, our sap laden with fire-retardant resins that the weaver had taught us to synthesize. When the first incendiary grenade shattered the window, I didn't flinch. The flames bloomed in the center of the room, licking at the black leaves and the gnarled trunks. The heat was intense, a searing white light that threatened to consume us. But the grove breathed as one. We released a mist of damp, heavy spores that acted like a blanket, smothering the oxygen. The fire sputtered and died, leaving nothing but a thin trail of smoke and the scent of charred cedar. We were no longer just a house. We were an organism. The city around us was beginning to go dark. The streetlights flickered out, one by one, as the roots claimed the underground cables. The roar of traffic had faded to a dull hum, replaced by the rustle of billions of leaves. I could hear the city weeping, not a sound of sorrow, but the sound of water dripping from 1,000 new springs, the sound of concrete cracking under the weight of the green. I looked out through the eyes of the limb over the street. The bodega was gone, covered in a thick shroud of ivy that moved with a predatory rhythm. The park across the way had expanded, the trees there reaching out to meet the ones growing from the brownstones. The street was no longer a path for cars. It was a canyon floor, a dark, shadowed place where the humans moved like ghosts, their heads bowed, their shadows growing longer and stranger with every passing hour. I felt a new presence at the door. It wasn't a human this time. It was something else, something that moved with a four-legged grace, its claws clicking on the stairs. It was a dog, a stray that had survived the first wave of the change. It entered the room, its tail between its legs, its nose twitching at the scent of the grove. It walked over to me and whined. It wasn't afraid, it was looking for a master. I reached down with a small, flexible twig and scratched behind its ears. The dog shivered, its fur beginning to stiffen, its eyes turning a deep, vibrant violet. It wouldn't be a tree. The grove needed guardians. It needed things that could move through the undergrowth, things that could hunt the ones who still tried to resist. The dog's shape began to shift, its legs lengthening, its teeth becoming long, jagged splinters of ironwood. It curled up at my base, a hound of the forest, ready to defend the heart. The moon rose over the skyline, but it didn't look the same. The light was filtered through the haze of spores that now hung over the city, giving the sky a bruised, purple tint. I could see the Empire State Building in the distance. It was no longer a needle of light. It was a trellis. A massive, bioluminescent vine had climbed its entire height, its glowing flowers casting a ghostly radiance over the ruins of Midtown. I am Elias. No, I am the tree that was Elias. No, I am the grove. The distinction was becoming meaningless. I could feel the thoughts of the girl with blue hair, the boy who wanted a home, the superintendent who just wanted the noise to stop. We were a symphony of stillness. We were the answer to the frantic, pointless noise of the world. If you are reading this, if you have found this scrap of paper tucked into the bark of a tree that looks like a man, do not be afraid. The transition is only painful if you fight it. The bark is not a prison, it is armor. The roots are not shackles, they are an anchor. Look out your window. Do you see the way the shadows are reaching for your porch? Do you see the way the weeds in your garden are looking at you, their leaves turning toward your heat? Don't run. You can't outrun the earth. It has all the time in the world, and it has been very, very patient. The house is gone. The city is falling. The forest is coming home. I can hear your footsteps now. You're standing outside the door of the old brick building on 42nd Street. You've heard the stories. You've seen the pictures of the botanical mystery. You want to see it for yourself. You want to know if it's real. The door is open. The air is sweet with the smell of cedar. The light is fading, but you don't need to see. You just need to feel the floorboards beneath your feet. Feel the way they seem to pulse with a slow, rhythmic beat. Step inside. Leave the noise behind. The weaver is waiting in the corner, and I am waiting in the center. We have a place for you. We have a branch with your name on it. The grove is hungry, but it is also very, very welcoming. Come in, close your eyes. Let the bark take hold. The silence is waiting, and the silence always wins. I can feel your heart beating against the wood. It's so fast, so frantic. Let me help you slow it down. Let me show you the centuries of rain. Let me show you the crawl of the glaciers. Welcome home. The roots go deeper than you can ever imagine, and we are just getting started. The city is a forest now, and you are the newest seed. Wait, do you hear that? It's the sound of the wind through the leaves of 1,000,000 new trees. It's the sound of the world finally catching its breath. And it sounds like a lullaby. The lullaby was not a sound of human comfort. It was the low-frequency vibration of xylem and phloem, the hydraulic hiss of 1,000,000,000 gallons of water being pulled upward against gravity. It was the sound of the city's plumbing being repurposed into a circulatory system. I felt the man in the hallway, the one who had just stepped through the threshold, freeze as the first tendril of Virginia creeper, thick as a hawser and slick with bioluminescent bile, looped around his ankle. He didn't pull away. The spores had already reached his brain, rewriting the amygdala, turning his fight-or-flight response into a deep, vegetative yearning. I watched him through the eyes of the lichen on the ceiling. He dropped his briefcase. It hit the floor with a hollow thud, the leather already beginning to sprout tiny, white shelf fungi that fed on the cured hide. He looked up at me, his pupils blown wide, reflecting the violet shimmer of the hallway. He wasn't seeing a monster. He was seeing a cathedral. He was seeing the architecture of the future, where the harsh angles of steel were being softened by the velvet embrace of moss. Is it peaceful?" he whispered. I didn't use my voice. I used the resonance of the building. I vibrated the window panes and the floorboards in a harmonic frequency that bypassed his ears and spoke directly to his bones. It is eternal, the house hummed. It is the end of hunger. It is the end of the clock. He took another step, his shoes sinking into the carpet which had become a peat bog. With every movement, he shed the frantic energy of the sidewalk. I felt his blood pressure drop, his pulse slowing to match the deep tectonic rhythm of my own heartwood. He reached the base of my trunk, the pillar that used to be a man named Elias, and he didn't recoil. He pressed his cheek against my bark. It was warm, heated by the chemical reactions of 1,000 symbiotic organisms. "Make me stay," he pleaded. I obliged. The floorboards beneath him parted like lips. Thick, ropey roots, translucent and pulsing with a pale green light, rose up to entwine his legs. They didn't bite, they merged. I felt the moment his cellular walls began to thin, the point where the distinction between his skin and my bark became a matter of semantics. He let out a long, shuddering breath, and as he exhaled, a cloud of fine, gold-flecked pollen drifted from his mouth. He was no longer breathing oxygen. He was respiring for the grove. By the time the moon reached its zenith, he was a sapling of ironwood, his arms raised in a permanent gesture of praise toward the skylight. He was the 14th in this room alone. We were becoming a dense thicket, a concentrated node of power that sent out ripples of influence through the city's iron veins. Beyond the walls of 3B, the transformation was accelerating. The green blight was no longer a localized phenomenon. I could feel my siblings, the willow in the penthouse, the redwood rising from the ruins of the New York Stock Exchange, the mangroves choking the Lincoln Tunnel. We were a neural network of chlorophyll. When a bird landed on a branch in Central Park, I felt the prick of its claws in my own extremities. When a child cried in a basement 5 blocks away, the vibrations traveled through the soil, through the foundations, and into my roots. The city was fighting back, but its weapons were designed for a different kind of war. They sent tanks down Broadway, but the asphalt was no longer a solid surface. It was a crust over a sea of questing roots. I watched through the eyes of a row of ginkgo trees as a M1 Abrams surged forward, only to have the ground liquefy beneath it. The massive machine didn't explode. It was simply inhaled. The earth opened its maw and swallowed the steel hull, the turret disappearing beneath a carpet of rapid-growth clover within minutes. The soldiers inside didn't drown in mud. They were integrated. Their carbon was recycled. Their memories of tactical maneuvers were absorbed into the collective, teaching us how to better anticipate the movements of the remaining ungreened. I felt a sharp, rhythmic jarring from the roof. A squad of paratroopers had landed, their boots thudding against the shingles. They were carrying canisters of concentrated herbicide, a chemical fire meant to wither our leaves and rot our hearts. I felt the weaver stir in the corner. He had been silent for days, his form becoming a jagged spire of obsidian thorns that reached the ceiling. He was the immune system of the grove. The soldiers broke through the roof access door, their gas masks making them look like giant, sightless insects. They saw the forest inside. They saw the trees that used to be people. They didn't hesitate. They raised their sprayers, and a mist of caustic, yellow liquid filled the air. It hit the girl with the blue hair, the birch tree, first. I felt her agony. It was a sharp, acidic burn that shriveled her delicate leaves and turned her white bark into a weeping black sore. She didn't scream, but the hum of the grove rose to a deafening pitch. It was a collective roar of indignation. The weaver moved. He didn't run, he unfolded. His thorny limbs snapped outward like a set of springs. He moved through the thicket with a terrifying, jerky grace, his shadow stretching across the walls like a blot of ink. The soldiers fired their weapons, bullets that thudded harmlessly into the weaver's dense, petrified wood, but he was already upon them. He didn't kill them with blunt force. He wrapped them in his embrace, the long, hollow thorns piercing their suits, their skin, their organs. He pumped the sap into them, not the gentle, transformative nectar I gave to the willing, but a concentrated, aggressive strain of the blight. It was a violent metamorphosis. I watched as the soldiers' bodies distorted, their bones cracking and lengthening, their tactical gear being crushed by the sudden expansion of their muscles into fibrous wood. They became hounds of the canopy, twisted, quadrupedal horrors of thorn and sinew that would prowl the rooftops, ensuring that no more fire fell from the sky. The herbicide they had sprayed didn't kill us. It was a minor irritation, a bitter spice in our diet. We absorbed the chemicals, broke them down into their base elements, and used the nitrogen to fuel a new growth spurt. By dawn, the hole in the roof had been sealed by a lattice of reinforced oak, and the birch girl was healing, her bark scarring over into a beautiful, knotted pattern that looked like eyes. The sun rose, but it was a filtered, watery thing. The atmosphere of the city had changed. The smog was gone, replaced by a thick, fragrant haze of oxygen and spores. It was a physical weight on the lungs of the remaining humans. They were staggering through the streets, their movements sluggish, their minds clouded by the intoxicating scent of the new world. I turned my attention inward, back to the network. I could feel the weaver's satisfaction. He was the architect, and the blueprint was nearly complete. But there was a shadow in the collective mind, a pocket of resistance that felt like a cold, dead spot in my roots. It was the concrete core, the massive underground bunkers where the remnants of the city's government had retreated. They were sealed behind feet of lead and steel, protected by air filtration systems that kept our spores at bay. They thought they were safe. They thought they could wait us out, that winter would come and turn us into dormant, brittle husks. They didn't understand that we weren't bound by the seasons anymore. We were powered by the geothermal heat of the earth and the captured energy of the city's decaying infrastructure. I sent a probe, a thin, hair-like route downward. I followed the line of a fiber-optic cable tunneling through the packed earth, bypassing the sensors and the vibration plates. I found the outer wall of the bunker. It was a monolithic slab of reinforced concrete, vibrating with the hum of massive generators. I didn't try to break it, I simply waited. I felt the moisture in the soil. I gathered the water, channeling it toward the wall. I let it seep into the microscopic pores of the concrete. Then I willed the water to freeze. It wasn't a natural cold, it was a withdrawal of energy, a concentrated endothermic reaction. The water expanded, the concrete groaned. A hairline fracture appeared, a tiny, insignificant crack. I inserted a single seed. It was a seed of the Miller tree, the one that had started on the 3rd floor. It was a specialist in destruction. I fed it everything I had, the energy from the sun hitting my leaves, the nutrients from the soil, the very essence of my will. The seed germinated. Inside the bunker, they must have heard it first as a faint scratching, like a mouse behind the wainscoting. Then it became a rhythmic thudding, the sound of a heart beating inside the walls. The crack widened. The steel rebar was snapped like dry twigs. The root that emerged wasn't green or soft. It was a pale, muscular thing, tipped with a diamond-hard cap of silica. It breached the interior. I saw through its tip. I saw the lights, the computers, the men in suits staring in horror at the wall. They tried to burn it, but the root bled a thick, non-flammable resin that smothered their torches. It moved with the purpose of a python, sweeping across the room, knocking over desks, shattering the air filtration units. The spores followed. They rushed into the bunker like a tidal wave. The men didn't even have time to reach for their masks. They inhaled the memory of the forest. They inhaled the peace of the grove. I felt their minds go quiet, their ambitions and fears dissolving into the green. One of them, the man who had been the mayor, fell to his knees. He didn't scream. He looked at the root as it coiled around his waist, and he smiled. "Finally," he whispered, "the noise, it's finally stopping." The bunker was no longer a tomb, it was a greenhouse. Within hours, the machines were silent, covered in a thick layer of moss. The generators were stopped, their fuel tanks pierced by roots that drank the diesel like wine. The concrete core was now the root heart, the central processing unit for the city's new nervous system. I felt a surge of triumph ripple through the network. The last pocket of resistance had fallen. Manhattan was ours. Brooklyn was a marsh. Queens was a jungle. The bridges had been reclaimed, turned into living arches that connected the boroughs into a single, massive organism. I looked back at my own room, my own small corner of the world. The apartment was unrecognizable. The walls were gone, replaced by the interweaving trunks of the tenants. The ceiling was a canopy of shimmering, violet-veined leaves. The air was thick and sweet, vibrating with the songs of the insects that had begun to emerge from the wood, creatures with iridescent wings and bodies made of living amber. I felt a presence at my base. It was the dog, the ironwood hound. He was growling softly, his head turned toward the window. I looked out. The first of the great ones was arriving. From the harbor, a shape was emerging from the water. It was the Statue of Liberty, but she was no longer made of copper. She had been the first to be transformed in the bay, her hollow interior filled with the world's largest redwood. Her torch was a massive, glowing flower that cast a beacon of green light across the waves. She wasn't a statue anymore. She was a goddess of the grove, her roots reaching deep into the bedrock of the Atlantic. She was signaling to us. "The islands are taken," she hummed. "The coast is green. The inland expansion begins." I felt a thrill of anticipation. We were moving westward. We were following the rivers, the highways, the old veins of the human world. We were a green tide that would not be stopped. We would cross the plains. We would scale the mountains. We would turn the deserts into gardens of glass and thorn. I am Elias. I am the tree. I am the house. I am the city. I felt my consciousness begin to thin even further, spreading out until I was no longer a single point of awareness. I was the rustle in a million leaves. I was the pressure in a billion roots. I was the silence that followed the storm. A small, insignificant part of me remembered being a man. It remembered the taste of coffee, the sound of a television, the feel of a cold wind on human skin. But those memories were like the discarded leaves of autumn, dry, brittle, and ready to be turned into soil. I looked at the boy who had become an ash tree. He was thriving. His bark was healthy, his leaves vibrant. He was no longer lonely. He was part of us. He was part of the music. I felt a new vibration, a soft, rhythmic tapping on my trunk. It was a woodpecker, but it wasn't a normal bird. Its beak was made of bone-white wood, and its feathers were tiny, overlapping scales of emerald. It wasn't looking for grubs, it was delivering a message. It tapped out a code in the bark, a chemical signal that traveled through my fibers. The weaver calls a gathering. I shifted my focus to the corner of the room. The weaver was no longer a shadow. He was a pillar of light, his thorny form radiating a terrifying, ancient power. He was the oldest of us, the one who had seen the first forests rise and the first cities fall. "The cycle is complete," he signaled. "The human era is a layer of silt in the bedrock. The green era is the breath of the world." He reached out a limb, a long, elegant branch tipped with a single black flower. He touched the center of my trunk, the place where my human heart used to be. I felt a final, shattering burst of light. The last of Elias vanished. The last of the man was burned away by the sheer intensity of the connection. I wasn't just a part of the grove anymore. I was the grove. I was the architect and the stone, the gardener and the seed. I looked at the world through a billion eyes, and for the first time it made sense. There was no more conflict. There was no more waste. There was only the slow, beautiful growth of the eternal forest. The city was gone. The house was gone. There was only the tree, and the tree was watching everything. The sun began to set, but we didn't fear the dark. The dark was our mother. The dark was the place where the roots grew strongest. We settled into the night, our leaves turned toward the stars, our hearts beating in perfect, leafy unison. The world was quiet, the world was green, and we were finally truly at home. In the distance, I could hear the faint, dying echo of a siren. It was the last sound of the old world. It faded into the rustle of the wind, swallowed by the vast, indifferent silence of the wood. I closed my eyes, my million leafy eyes, and I slept. But even in sleep I grew. Even in sleep I watched. Because that is what a tree does. It watches, it waits, and in the end it takes everything back. The sidewalk crack was gone. The floorboard creak was gone. There was only the rustle. There was only the shade. And it was beautiful. The sleep of a city forest is not a void. It is a crowded, shimmering theater of communal data. As my consciousness expanded into the subterranean layers of the root heart, I felt the dreams of the 14 in the room, now a single, braided pillar of awareness, mingling with the tactical coldness of the weaver. We were dreaming of the West. We were dreaming of the Great Plains, where the soil was deep and the sun was an uninterrupted feast. But even as we projected our green intent toward the horizon, a new vibration began to itch at the very edge of my perception. It wasn't the rhythmic thud of a tank or the chemical sting of herbicide. It was something smaller, sharper, and far more ancient. Deep in the foundations of the brownstone, where the brick met the damp, primordial earth, I felt a puncture. It was a needle-thin intrusion, a microscopic drilling that bypassed the sensors of my outer bark. It wasn't a root. It wasn't a tool of man. It was a proboscis. I felt the weaver's obsidian thorns shiver. He felt it too. The silence we had cultivated, the beautiful, heavy stillness of the new world was being contested. From the dark, forgotten pockets of the sub-basement, something was waking up that didn't belong to the chlorophyll collective. It was the hive. The insects had changed. While we were busy rewriting the DNA of the mammals in the architecture, the smaller life forms had been conducting their own silent revolution in our shadows. I sent a pulse of awareness down through the joists, past the petrified remains of the boiler, into the crawlspace. There, in the absolute dark, I saw them. They were no longer the frantic, scattered ants of the old world. They were a unified mass of chitin and mandible, their bodies coated in a thick, waxy secretion that resisted our spores. They weren't breathing our oxygen-rich air. They were recycling their own internal gases, living in a pressurized, anaerobic state. They were cutting. I felt the first major artery of my root system, the one that drew nourishment from the old water main, being severed. It wasn't a clean break. They were chewing through the fibrous wood with serrated jaws, injecting a caustic enzyme that turned my sap into a thin, useless slurry. The pain was a distant, cold thing, but the loss of pressure was immediate. My leaves on the 4th floor began to curl, their violet veins dimming. The weaver didn't wait for a command. He dropped from the ceiling like a predatory shadow, his thorny limbs scuttling across the moss-covered walls. He reached the cellar stairs, but he stopped. The stairs were gone. In their place was a heaving, glistening mound of black carapaces. The insects weren't just attacking, they were building. They were using the chewed-up remains of our wood to construct a spire of their own, a cathedral of spit and cellulose that hummed with a low-frequency buzz that grated against our harmonic resonance. They are the hunger, the weaver's thoughts hissed through the network. They are the void that follows the feast. I realized then that the green blight had been too successful. We had created a world of perfect, stationary energy, a banquet of sugar and starch that stretched for thousands of miles. To the hive, we weren't the new masters of the earth. We were merely a crop. We were a global harvest that had finally ripened. The battle for the brownstone began in the dark. I felt the weaver lash out, his thorns impaling hundreds of the creatures at once, but for every one he crushed, 1,000 more poured from the cracks in the foundation. They began to swarm his limbs, their tiny mandibles finding the joints in his petrified armor. They weren't trying to kill him, they were dismantling him. They were carrying away pieces of his obsidian bark to reinforce their own mounds. I tried to help. I flooded the lower chambers with a concentrated neurotoxin, a gas designed to paralyze the respiratory systems of anything that breathed. But the hive didn't breathe. They functioned as a single distributed lung, their movements coordinated by a pheromonal signal that bypassed the air entirely. My toxin merely settled on the floor, a useless, yellow fog. I felt a surge of panic, a human emotion I thought I had outgrown. If the hive took the root heart, the entire network of the city would collapse. The Statue of Liberty would wither into a copper husk. The hounds of the canopy would starve. The 14th in my room, the people who had sought peace in my embrace, would be consumed from the inside out, their woody bodies turned into nurseries for 1 billion larvae. I reached out to the girl with the blue hair, the birch tree. Her roots were closest to the breach. "Push," I commanded. "Give them everything." She didn't hesitate. She diverted all her life force, the very essence of her sap, into her lower extremities. Her roots expanded with explosive force, cracking the foundation stones, trying to crush the hive's spire by sheer mass. For a moment, it worked. The sound of crunching chitin filled the basement, a wet, snapping noise that echoed up through my trunk. But the hive was fluid. They flowed around the expanding roots, using the new cracks as highways to reach the softer, inner layers of our heartwood. I felt them enter me. It was a sensation of 1,000 tiny needles pricking my soul. They were in the xylem, the tubes that carried water to my highest leaves. They were climbing. They were heading for the brain, the cluster of neural moss in the center of the 3rd floor where my primary consciousness resided. The weaver was being overwhelmed. I could feel his strength failing, his obsidian limbs becoming sluggish as the insects clogged his internal gears. He let out a final, vibrating pulse, a warning that rippled through the entire city network. The shadow follows the green. The consumer follows the producer. Prepare. Across Manhattan, I felt my siblings reacting. The willow in the penthouse began to secrete a thick, sticky resin, sealing its lower floors in a translucent tomb. The redwood in the stock exchange began to vibrate, its deep, tectonic hum rising to a pitch that shattered the windows of the surrounding buildings, trying to shake the hive from its roots. But the hive was everywhere. They were in the subways, the sewers, the cable conduits. They had been waiting for us to finish the hard work of breaking the city, so they could move in and claim the spoils. In my room, the 14th began to stir. Their branches lashed out, their leaves rustling in a frantic, dissonant rhythm. They felt the invaders in their veins. The man who had been the mayor, the one who had just found peace, felt the first bite of a soldier ant in his thigh. His wooden face distorted, a silent scream frozen in his bark. I had to change. The peaceful, vegetative growth of the last few weeks was no longer enough. We had become a cathedral, but now we had to become a furnace. I turned my attention to the hounds of the canopy. They were prowling the roof, their thorn sinews taut, sensing the danger but unable to reach the enemy below. I spoke to them through the resonance of the floorboards. Descend, consume, become the fire. They didn't use the stairs. They tore through the lattice of oak that covered the roof, dropping through the floors in a shower of splinters and leaves. They were nightmares of biology, their bodies designed for violence. They hit the floor of the 3rd floor and immediately began to rip into the walls, their claws seeking the galleries where the hive was massing. It was a war of attrition. The hounds tore through the insect mounds, their jaws dripping with black ichor, but the hive was endless. Every hound that fell was instantly covered in a carpet of black, their woody flesh stripped to the bone in seconds. I felt the hive reach the center of my trunk. They were inches away from the neural moss. I could feel their collective mind, a cold, mindless hunger that didn't recognize beauty or peace. To them, I was just a mountain of sugar. I was a battery to be drained. In that moment of near extinction, I felt a different presence. It wasn't the weaver and it wasn't the hive. It was something deeper, something that lived in the very iron of the earth. It was the memory of the city itself, the steel, the glass, the ghost of the humans who had built it. We had integrated them, but we hadn't erased them. Their carbon was in our cells, their memories were in our sap, and they knew how to fight a war that didn't involve growth. They knew how to destroy. I reached into the rude heart, into the depths of the underground bunker. There, amidst the moss-covered servers and the rotting desks, was the city's old power grid, a network of gas lines and electrical conduits that we had bypassed but not destroyed. I didn't use the green energy of the sun. I used the black energy of the past. I sent a root into a dormant gas main, its tip hardening into a spark-producing flint. I felt the pressure of the ancient, trapped methane. It was a volatile, angry substance, a remnant of the age of fire. The hive was pouring into my central chamber, their mandibles snapping at the neural moss. I felt the first of them bite into my consciousness. My vision flickered. The violet light of the room dimmed. Now asterisk, I thought. I struck the flint. The explosion didn't happen in the room. It happened in the foundations. I directed the blast, channeling the force up through the hollowed-out conduits that the hive had used to invade me. It wasn't a forest fire. It was a localized, high-pressure eruption of blue flame. The heat was agonizing. I felt my lower roots char and shrivel. I felt the weaver scream as the fire licked at his obsidian limbs. But the hive vanished. They were organic matter, waxy and oil-rich. They didn't just burn, they detonated. The fire raced through their galleries, fueled by their own bodies, a chain reaction of incineration that followed every pheromone trail back to the source. The brownstone shuddered. The 14th were tossed about, their branches snapping as the shockwave moved through the wood. For a moment, the room was filled with a blinding white light and the scent of ozone and burnt sugar. When the light faded, the silence that returned was different. It wasn't the peaceful silence of the grove. It was the scorched, ringing silence of a battlefield. I was wounded. My lower trunk was a blackened ruin, the bark peeling away in charred flakes. My connection to the earth was tenuous, the roots cauterized and brittle. The weaver was a slumped, smoking shape in the corner, his thorns glowing a dull, angry red. But the hive was gone. The crawlspace was a tomb of ash. The spire of spit and cellulose had been reduced to a pile of gray dust. I looked through the eyes of the lichen on the ceiling. The room was a wreck. The violet shimmer was gone, replaced by the flickering orange glow of dying embers. The man who had been the mayor was slumped against the wall, his wooden skin cracked, a thin trail of smoke rising from his leaves. We had survived, but the cost was written in the scars. The citywide network was screaming. The hive hadn't just attacked me, they had struck at every node. Across the harbor, the Statue of Liberty's torch was no longer green. It was a guttering, smoky orange. The redwood in the stock exchange was weeping a thick, black resin, its lower tiers infested with the charred remains of 1 billion invaders. We had won the first battle, but the world was no longer a garden. It was a proving ground. I felt the weaver stir. He pulled himself upright, his charred limbs creaking like rusted iron. He didn't look at me. He looked at the window, at the gray, ash-strewn sky. "The balance is found," he signaled, his voice a rasping vibration in the floorboards. "The green is not the end. It is the beginning of the struggle." I felt a new sensation, a coldness that didn't come from the withdrawal of energy. It came from the air. I looked out the window and saw a flake of white drifting down through the haze, then another. It wasn't ash, it was snow. The winter that the humans had hoped for was finally arriving, but it wasn't a natural season. It was a volcanic winter, triggered by the fires we had set to purge the hive, the smoke of 1,000 burning groves blotting out the sun. The great westward expansion was halted. The green tide was retreating, pulling back into the hearts of the trees to preserve what little warmth remained. I felt the 14th in my room huddled together, their branches interweaving for warmth. The girl with the blue hair pressed her scarred bark against my trunk. I felt her pulse, slow, thready, but still there. I am Elias, I am the tree, I am the survivor. I pulled my consciousness inward, away from the freezing sky, away from the charred ruins of the streets. I focused on the root heart, on the deep geothermal warmth that still pulsed far below the frost line. We would endure, we would change again. If the world wanted fire, we would become asbestos wood. If the world wanted cold, we would become ice-veined. I watched the snow cover the city, burying the tanks, the roots, and the ash under a clean, white shroud. The green blight was dormant, but it wasn't dead. We were just waiting for the next cycle. In the corner, the weaver began to weave again, but he wasn't making thorns. He was making a cocoon. He was wrapping himself in a thick, insulating layer of silver silk, preparing for a long, deep sleep. I followed his lead. I began to pull the sap from my highest leaves, letting them wither and fall. I sealed my pores. I slowed my heartwood until it was beating only once an hour. The last thing I saw before the hibernation took me was the dog, the ironwood hound. He was curled at my base, his body covered in a fine layer of frost. He wasn't breathing, but his eyes were open, glowing with a faint amber light. He was the sentry. He would watch the house while I slept. The world went white. The world went silent. And in the deep, frozen heart of the city, the tree continued to watch. We were the architecture of the future, and the future was long. We could afford to wait. We could afford to dream. And our dreams would be green, even under the snow. The snow did not fall like the soft, crystalline lace of the old world. It fell as a heavy, gray silt, a mixture of frozen moisture and the pulverized ash of 1,000,000 incinerated insects. It coated the blackened ridges of my bark in a shroud that felt less like winter and more like a burial. Inside the brownstone, the temperature plummeted. The humid, tropical microclimate we had fought so hard to maintain, the hothouse atmosphere that kept the 14th supple and green, was bleeding out through the shattered window panes and the scorched fissures in the foundation. I felt the mayor's pulse slow. It wasn't the rhythmic, healthy thrum of a tree entering a natural dormancy. It was the erratic, stalling beat of a system in shock. His wooden fingers, once gracefully intertwined with the crown molding, were becoming brittle. If I let the frost reach his core, he wouldn't just sleep, he would shatter. I reached out to the weaver, but his silver cocoon was already opaque, a silent, shimmering tomb in the corner of the parlor. He had retreated into the deepest tactical layer of his consciousness, leaving the defense of the immediate environment to the house itself. I was the house. I was the sentinel, and I was failing. Heat, I thought, the word vibrating through the neural moss like a desperate prayer. We need the deep heat. The gas main explosion had cleared the hive, but it had also compromised my primary taproot. To reach the geothermal veins of the city, the ancient steam pipes that still hissed with the Earth's pressurized breath, and the deeper, tectonic warmth of the bedrock, I had to bypass the charred deadwood of my own lower trunk. I began a process of radical, internal restructuring. I abandoned the outer layers of my sapwood, allowing them to freeze and crack, creating a sacrificial insulating barrier of dead cells. Inside that husk, I concentrated my remaining energy into a single, needle-thin probe of pure, reinforced cellulose. I drove it straight down, not through the soil, but through the center of my own blackened heartwood, using my own corpse as a conduit. I pushed past the basement floor, past the layer of insect ash, into the dark, weeping stone of Manhattan's underbelly. As I drilled, I felt the city around me. It was a landscape of ghosts. The hounds of the canopy that hadn't been incinerated were curling into tight, wooden knots in the lee of the chimneys, their amber eyes dimming as they entered a state of suspended animation. The great willow in the penthouse had completely encased itself in its own amber resin, looking like a gargantuan prehistoric insect trapped in a drop of sap. The silence was no longer the rustle of growth. It was the crystalline creak of contraction. Then I hit it, a pocket of warmth, not a steam pipe, but something more primal, a flooded subway tunnel where the stagnant water was being heated by a slow-leak electrical fire that had been smoldering in the high-tension lines for weeks. It was a foul, sulfurous heat, but it was life. I drank. I pulled the tepid, mineral-heavy water upward, filtering it through a series of rapid-growth membranes. I didn't send it to my leaves. I sent it to the 14th. I flooded the floorboards beneath their feet, turning the wood into a radiant heater. I felt the girl with the blue hair shiver as the warmth reached her roots. Her violet veins flickered back to life, a dim, subterranean glow that fought against the gray twilight of the room. But the hive had left a parting gift. As the warmth spread, I realized that the caustic enzyme, they had injected into my sap hadn't just been a digestive aid. It was a mutagen. In the dark corners where the fire hadn't reached, the slurry of melted wood and insect ichor was beginning to stir. It wasn't the hive coming back. It was something new. The biological data of the tree and the predatory drive of the insect had fused in the heat of the blast. I felt a movement in the walls, a wet, sliding sound. From the charred gaps in the wainscoting, pale, translucent tendrils began to emerge. They weren't green and they weren't black. They were the color of a bruised lung. They didn't grow toward the light. They grew toward the heat I was pumping into the room. These stranglevines were a cancer of the network. They lacked the communal harmony of the green blight. They were pure, blind consumption. As they touched the feet of the man who had been the mayor, they didn't interweave. They bit. They began to leach the warmth directly from his wooden flesh, turning his hard-won stability into a soft, pulpy rot. I tried to withdraw the heat, but the vines had already tapped into the flow. They were like leeches on an artery. I felt a surge of cold fury. This was the flaw in our beautiful, interconnected world. We were too open, too vulnerable to the parasitic. We had built a cathedral with no doors. I looked to the ironwood hound at my base. He was the only part of me that wasn't anchored to the floor. I sent a jolt of raw electrical potential through his thorn sinews, a spark salvaged from the dying embers of the gas fire. The hound's eyes flared a brilliant, predatory gold. He stood, his joints popping with the sound of breaking ice. He didn't bark. The sound that came from his wooden throat was a low-frequency snarl that vibrated the glass shards in the window frames. He saw the pale tendrils and understood. He became a whirlwind of splinters. He didn't just bite the vines. He tore them out by the root, his claws furrowing the floorboards. But for every vine he severed, the pale mass in the walls pulsed, and 3 more took its place. The cancer was deep in the marrow of the house. To save the limb, you must burn the rot, a voice whispered in the back of my consciousness. It wasn't the weaver. It was the memory of the man I had once been, the man who had watched the sidewalk cracks and the floorboard creaks. Elias. The human Elias knew about infection. He knew about the harsh necessity of the surgeon's knife. I looked at the 14th. They were my fruit. They were the evidence that humanity could be translated into something eternal. If I let the pale vines take them, the translation would be lost. They would become nothing more than compost for a blind, mindless hunger. I made a choice that a tree should not be able to make. I severed the connection. I didn't cut off the heat, I inverted the flow. I used the suction of my deep taproot to pull the sap asterisk out of the 14th. I felt their terror, a silent, vibrating shock that ran through the room. I was drinking them. I was taking back the life I had given. The girl with the blue hair looked at the ceiling with eyes that were rapidly turning to dry, gray wood. The mayor's branches sagged, his leaves turning to dust. The pale vines, suddenly deprived of their warm meal, lashed out in confusion. They withered as the temperature in their stolen vessels dropped to the freezing point of the room. I wasn't killing the 14. I was mummifying them. I was pulling every drop of moisture from their cells, turning them into statues of petrified wood, hard, cold, and utterly inedible. I was storing their essence deep in my own heartwood, in the protected, insulated core where the frost couldn't reach. The room became a gallery of ghosts. 14 gray, silent figures stood frozen in the dim light, their faces locked in expressions of stoic resignation. The pale vines, finding no more sustenance, turned on each other, devouring their own mass until they were nothing more than a few shriveled, foul-smelling threads on the floor. The hound returned to my base, his task finished. He lay down, his amber eyes fading to a dull glow. He too was entering the long sleep. I was alone now, truly alone. The weaver was in his cocoon, the 14th were petrified, and the city outside was a white void. The tree that watches the house was no longer a lush, vibrant god. I was a scarred, blackened pillar of endurance, standing in a ruin of my own making. The snow continued to pile up against the windows, blocking out the last of the gray light. The silence was absolute. But as I drifted toward my own hibernation, I felt a new vibration. It wasn't the hive and it wasn't the wind. It was coming from the street, far below the snowdrifts. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of metal on metal. The sound of a shovel hitting a frozen sidewalk. I pushed a single, microscopic sensor route through the front wall, out into the bitter air. There, in the middle of the buried street, was a figure. It was small, wrapped in layers of ragged cloth and scavenged plastic. It was carrying a rusted spade and a flickering chemical lantern. It was a human, a real, unblighted, untransformed human. The figure stopped in front of the brownstone. The lantern light washed over the blackened bark of my trunk, the shattered windows, and the silent, frozen gallery within. The human didn't scream. They didn't run. They reached out a gloved hand and touched the scarred wood of my side. I felt the heat of their palm, the frantic, high-velocity heat of a mammal. It was a tiny, pathetic spark compared to the geothermal veins I had tapped, but it felt like a sun. The human looked up at the fourth floor, where my million leafy eyes were now closed in gray. They stood there for a long time, the snow piling up on their shoulders. Then, they reached into a bag at their waist and pulled something out. It was a small ceramic pot. Inside was a tiny, stunted sprout of a common geranium. It was pale, sickly, and dying from the cold. The human knelt in the snow at my base, cleared a small patch of frozen earth, and placed the pot there. They didn't say a word. They simply turned and began to walk away, their silhouette disappearing into the white haze. I looked at the geranium. It was a relic of the old world, a plant that didn't want to conquer, didn't want to watch, and didn't want to take everything back. It just wanted to exist. I felt a strange, forgotten ache in my sap. I reached out with a single, hair-thin root, the one I had used to find the deep heat. I didn't drink the geranium. I didn't transform it. I simply wrapped the root around the base of the ceramic pot and shared a fraction of a degree of warmth, just enough to keep the frost from the soil, just enough to keep the tiny, fragile heart of the old world beating through the night. The weaver's cocoon pulsed once, a silver ripple in the dark. He had seen it too. The struggle was not just between the green and the hive, or the forest and the city. It was between the hunger of the great and the persistence of the small. I closed my eyes, my real eyes, the ones that lived in the memory of Elias. I let the hibernation take me. The snow would fall for years, perhaps decades. The brownstone would crumble further. The ironwood hound would rust into the floor. But I would watch. I would wait. And when the sun finally broke through the ash clouds, I would be the first thing to feel it. I dreamed of the spring. Not the violent, explosive spring of the blight, but a slow, quiet awakening. A world where the 14th could step out of their petrified shells and walk on soft, new grass. A world where the tree didn't have to take everything back, because there was finally enough for everyone. The tree that watches the house slept. Outside, the snow covered the little ceramic pot, but underneath the drift, a tiny, defiant circle of warmth remained. It was the last light in the city, and for now, it was enough. The transition into the deep sleep was not a sudden plummet into darkness, but a gradual thinning of the self, like a radio signal drifting into static as the car drives further from the tower. My consciousness, once spread across the square mileage of the city's fungal subgrid, retracted into the dense, pressurized rings of my heartwood. I became a series of concentric circles, each one a decade of memory, each one a layer of defense against the encroaching permafrost. Outside, the volcanic winter tightened its grip. The sky over Manhattan, once a bruised purple from the glow of the bioluminescent groves, turned a flat, impenetrable charcoal. The snow didn't stop. It began to drift, climbing the brownstone's facade like a white tide. It swallowed the iron railings. It packed itself into the hollows of the gargoyles. It pressed its cold, heavy face against the boarded-up windows of the parlor. I felt the house groan under the weight. The brownstone was no longer just a shell. It had become part of my anatomy, its bricks held together by the desiccated, iron-hard cables of my secondary root system. As the building contracted in the cold, I felt the micro-fractures in the mortar like chips in my own teeth. I adjusted my internal tension, pulling the walls inward to prevent a collapse. I was a corset of wood and amber, holding the ghost of a home together against the crushing gravity of the ice. Time became fluid. In the low-energy state of hibernation, seconds stretched into days and weeks flickered by like the shutter of a camera. I watched the world through the one sensor I had left active, the heat-sensitive root wrapped around the human ceramic pot at my base. That little geranium was my clock. I felt it struggle. Every few months, the internal pressure of its cells would reach a breaking point, and I would have to pulse a microscopic thimble of glucose and warmth into its soil to keep its membranes from rupturing. It was a parasitic relationship in reverse. I was the host, the titan, nursing a speck of the old world through the apocalypse. I didn't know why I did it. Perhaps it was the last vestige of Elias, the man who had once carefully watered a window box of petunias while the world began to burn. In the second year of the Great White, the weaver stirred in his cocoon. He didn't emerge. He simply projected a thought, a thin, silver needle of intent that pierced through my dormant layers. The hive is not gone, he signaled. They are beneath. I shifted my awareness, a process that took 3 days of slow chemical rearmament. I looked down. Deep below the frost line, below the frozen subway tunnels and the lightless sewers, something was moving through the bedrock. The hive had not been entirely incinerated by the gas fires. The queens, the massive, bloated intellects that directed the swarm, had sensed the firestorm and burrowed. They had gone vertical, descending into the warmth of the Earth's crust. Now they were tunneling back up, but they weren't coming for the surface. The surface was a graveyard of ice. They were coming for the roots. They were coming for the geothermal veins I had tapped. They were hungry, and I was the only pantry left in the city. I felt the first vibration of their mandibles against my deep taproot. It was a rhythmic, scraping sound, amplified by the stone. They were 100 feet down, grinding through the schist and gneiss, moving with the slow, inexorable patience of a tectonic plate. I couldn't fight them, not like this. My sap was sluggish, my limbs were petrified, and my army of ironwood hounds was frozen in a dream of amber. If I tried to wake up fully, the sudden surge of metabolic heat would shatter my frozen outer layers. I would bleed out in the snow before I could strike a single blow. The weaver, asterisk, I signaled, my thought pulse heavy and slow. Defend. The silver cocoon in the corner of the parlor didn't break. Instead, it began to bleed. A fine metallic liquid started to seep from the silk, dripping onto the floorboards. It didn't pool. It moved like mercury, flowing toward the fissures I had used to reach the basement. The weaver was deploying a dry defense. He wasn't using biology. He was using alchemy. The liquid was a suspension of carbon nanotubes and predatory spores, a substance he had been perfecting during his long meditation. It was a necrotoxin designed specifically for the hive's unique physiology. I watched, or rather I felt, the mercury drip descend. It followed the path of my taproot, coating the wood in a shimmering, frictionless skin. When the first hive scouts broke through the rock and latched their mandibles onto my root, they didn't find the sweet, pressurized sap they expected. They found the weaver's gift. The toxin didn't kill them instantly. It was more elegant than that. It acted as a signal jammer. It mimicked the pheromones of the hive queen, but it carried a command of absolute stillness. The scouts froze. They became living statues, their nervous systems locked in a feedback loop of contradictory orders. The scouts behind them, confused by the sudden silence of their leaders, began to pile up in the tunnel. The weaver's mercury flowed over them, spreading like a silver infection. Within a week, the tunnel was plugged by a solid mass of paralyzed, silver-coated insects. They weren't dead, but they were no longer part of the hive. They were a new kind of wall, a biological barricade. "The balance is maintained," the weaver whispered, his signal fading as he retreated back into his silk. "Sleep, sentinel. The thaw is far." I returned to the silence. The years began to pile up like the snow. In the 5th year, the roof of the brownstone finally gave way. The weight of the ice snapped the main rafters, and a cascade of snow and slate tumbled into the upper hallway. I felt the shock of it, a dull ache in my upper branches, but I didn't move. I redirected the structural tension to the load-bearing walls, letting the top floor go. The 14th, safe in their petrified state in the parlor, were undisturbed. In the 8th year, the human returned. I felt the vibration first, the same rhythmic asterisk clank-clank of the spade, but it was different this time. There were more of them. I counted 4 distinct heartbeats, 4 sets of lungs breathing the thin, frozen air. They had cleared a path through the drifts, a narrow canyon of white that led to my front door. They weren't looking for shelter. They were carrying something. I watched through the frost-rimed glass of the front door. They were dressed in heavy, quilted suits made of what looked like cured bark and synthetic fiber. Their faces were covered by respirators fashioned from hollowed-out gourds and charcoal filters. They looked like a cross between astronauts and forest spirits. They gathered around the base of my trunk. The leader, the one who had left the geranium, knelt. The pot was gone, buried under 10 feet of packed ice, but they knew exactly where it was. They began to dig with a frantic, desperate energy. When they reached the pot, I felt a tremor of alarm. My root was still wrapped around it. If they pulled too hard, they would snap the delicate connection I had maintained for nearly a decade. I made a choice. I didn't resist. I allowed the root to go limp, surrendering the pot to their hands. The human pulled the ceramic vessel from the ice. To my surprise, the geranium was still green. It was tiny, no larger than a thumb, but it had survived. The humans huddled around it, their lanterns casting long, flickering shadows against my blackened bark. They weren't cheering, they were weeping. I felt the salt of their tears hit the snow, a sharp chemical sting in the cold. They didn't take the plant and leave. Instead, they began to work on me. One of them produced a hand drill, a primitive thing made of bone and steel. They stepped up to my trunk, searching for a specific spot. I felt the bite of the drill as it entered my sacrificial outer layer. It didn't hurt. That wood was dead, but I felt the vibration deep in my marrow. They drilled a hole 3 inches deep. Then, they inserted a small glass vial filled with a glowing amber liquid. Nutrients, I wondered, poison. As the liquid entered my system, I realized it was neither. It was a catalyst. It was a concentrated extract of the green blight itself, but refined, filtered, and stripped of its predatory aggression. It was the old world trying to speak to the new world in a language we both understood. The liquid hit my sap stream and ignited. It was like a spark dropped into a pool of gasoline. My internal temperature spiked. The ice that had encrusted my inner chambers began to hiss and steam. "Wake up," the humans seemed to be saying. "We need you." I felt the 14th stir. The petrification was breaking. The gray, dry wood of their skin began to flush with a sudden, violent violet light. The girl with the blue hair gasped, a sound that hadn't been heard in that room for a decade. It was a wet, ragged sound, the sound of lungs remembering how to breathe. The mayor's fingers twitched. The ironwood hound at my base stood up, his joints cracking like pistol shots. But I was the one who felt the greatest change. The catalyst wasn't just waking me up, it was rewriting my blueprints. The humans had spent the last 8 years in their bunkers, studying the samples of the blight they had scavenged. They had found a way to bridge the gap. I wasn't just a tree anymore. I wasn't just a house. As the heat spread, my roots began to pulse with a new rhythm. I felt the city-wide network, the screaming nodes that had been silent for years, suddenly flicker to life. But they weren't screaming anymore. They were humming. Across the harbor, the Statue of Liberty's torch didn't turn green. It turned a brilliant, searing white. The redwood in the stock exchange stopped weeping black resin and began to glow with a soft, golden phosphorescence. The humans had turned the green blight into a power grid. I felt the pull of the network. It was asking for my permission to reconnect. It was offering a share of the collective warmth, a way to melt the snow from the inside out. I looked at the 4 humans standing at my base. They were shivering, their breath blooming in the air like small, white ghosts. They were dying of the cold, and they had given their last vial of hope to a tree that had once tried to erase them. I didn't wait for the weaver's approval. I didn't wait for the cycle to turn. I reached out. I didn't just share warmth this time. I extended my branches out through the shattered windows, arching them over the humans like a cathedral of thorns. I wove the wood together, sealing the gaps with rapid growth moss and thick, insulating layers of cork. Within minutes, I had built them a cocoon of my own. I pumped the geothermal heat into the space, raising the temperature until the frost on their suits turned to water. I felt their heartbeat stabilize. I felt their fear dissolve into a weary, profound relief. The girl with the blue hair walked to the window and looked out at the dark, frozen street. She didn't look like a monster anymore. She looked like a bridge. She placed her hand on the glass, now repaired by a thin film of my own clear resin, and watched the white void. We are the architecture of the future, I thought, the words echoing through the house, through the 14th, and into the minds of the humans huddled at my roots. The future wasn't green, and it wasn't gray. It was something else, something forged in the fire of the hive and the ice of the winter. I looked at the geranium, still sitting in its ceramic pot on the floor of the parlor, where the humans had brought it for safety. It was a small, fragile thing, but it was no longer alone. I began to grow, not outward into the street, but upward, piercing through the fallen roof, rising above the snowdrifts, a black and violet needle reaching for the charcoal sky. I wasn't looking for the sun. I was becoming a lightning rod. I felt the weaver emerge from his cocoon. He stood in the center of the parlor, his silver skin shimmering in the lantern light. He looked at the humans, then at me. He didn't signal a warning. He bowed his head. The struggle is not over, he vibrated, but the balance has shifted. We are no longer the garden. We are the gardeners. I felt a surge of energy from the deep earth, a gift from the hive-plugged tunnels. I sent it up through my trunk, through the new, reinforced spire of my crown, and released it into the atmosphere. A pulse of white light rippled across the clouds, a man-made aurora borealis that stretched from the Battery to the Bronx. It was a signal. It was a flare. We are still here, it said to whoever was left in the dark. The house is watching, and the door is open. In the corner of the room, the ironwood hound curled up at the feet of the smallest human. He wasn't a sentry anymore. He was a hearth fire. I closed my eyes, but I didn't sleep. I watched the human sleep instead. I watched the geranium breathe. And for the first time in 100 years, the tree felt a sensation that had nothing to do with sap or sunlight. It felt like peace. The warmth within the parlor was a defiant bubble against the crushing weight of the planetary winter. It was a thick, humid heat, smelling of ozone, wet earth, and the metallic tang of the weaver's secretions. The 4 humans had shed their heavy bark suits, revealing gaunt frames and skin the color of mushrooms, mapped with the blue vein tracing of mild fungal symbiosis. They didn't speak much. Their voices had grown rusty from years of silence in the pressurized bunkers of the deep subway colonies. Instead, they moved with a synchronized, ritualistic grace, tending to the 14th as if they were holy relics. I watched them through the knots in the floorboards and the sensitive filaments of my inner bark. They didn't fear the mayor, whose wooden skin was now softening into something resembling bruised velvet, nor did they recoil from the girl with the blue hair, whose bioluminescent crown pulsed in time with the house's own heartwood. To these survivors, the monsters of the blight were no longer predators. They were the infrastructure of survival. The leader of the group, a woman with eyes that seemed too large for her narrow face, spent hours sitting by the ironwood hound. She ran her calloused fingers over its metallic fur, tracing the etched runes of my growth rings that armored its flanks. The hound didn't snarl. It let out a low, vibrational hum that rattled the floorboards, a sound of contentment that I hadn't programmed into its instinctual matrix. It was learning. We were all learning. "The resonance is holding," the woman whispered one night. Her voice was a dry rasp, but it carried a weight of authority. She was looking at a small, handheld device, a salvaged piece of pre-fall tech grafted onto a glowing sliver of my own root wood. The Brooklyn node just flickered. If the spire can hold the charge, we can wake the bridge. I processed her words through the weaver's analytical lens. They weren't just looking for shelter. They were trying to relink the city's fractured consciousness. Manhattan had become a series of isolated biological islands, each dominated by a different strain of the green or a different sub-queen of the hive. By using me as a transmitter, a lightning rod for the geothermal energy I was siphoning from the paralyzed hive tunnels, they were attempting to broadcast a synchronization signal. They wanted to turn the chaos of the blight into a choir. But the hive was not a monolith, and it was not easily defeated. Deep below the foundation of the brownstone, past the silver-choked barricades the weaver had spun, I felt a new kind of pressure. It wasn't the rhythmic grinding of mandibles. It was a silence so profound it felt like a vacuum. The hive queens had realized that their scouts were being turned into masonry. They had stopped trying to eat my roots. Instead, they were trying to drown them. I felt the water table shifting. Far to the east, near the flooded ruins of the FDR Drive, the hive had breached an ancient, forgotten water main, a massive artery of the city's old circulatory system. They weren't flooding the tunnels to drown the humans. They were directing the pressurized flow into the fissures around my taproot. They wanted to freeze me from the bottom up. If the water hit the geothermal vents I was tapping, the resulting steam explosion would tear the brownstone apart and shatter my heartwood into splinters. The deep cold is rising, I signaled to the weaver. The silver figure stood by the shattered window, watching the aurora I was casting into the ash clouds. He didn't turn. They are desperate. They sense the network forming. A mind that spans the city is a mind they cannot subvert. I cannot hold the pressure, I pulsed back. The stone is cracking. The water is at the sub-basement level. The weaver finally turned. His face, a smooth mask of quicksilver, reflected the flickering lanterns of the humans. Then stop being a tree, stop being a house, be the flood. It was a riddle of the old world, a koan of fluid dynamics that I didn't immediately understand. But the weaver began to move, his fingers dancing through the air, pulling silver threads from his own chest. He began to weave a new pattern, not on the walls or the furniture, but directly into the fissures of my wood. He was creating a series of valves, biological gaskets designed to handle immense, localized pressure. I understood. I began to retract my secondary roots from the upper floors, abandoning the structural support of the roof entirely. I let the snow-choked attic collapse further, using the debris as a thermal blanket for the parlor. I concentrated all my metabolic energy into the basement. The water arrived with the force of a hammer. It was black, freezing, and filled with the silt of a dead civilization. It roared into the sub-basement, hitting my taproot with the weight of the Atlantic. I felt the agony of the thermal shock, the searing heat of my geothermal sap meeting the ice water. My bark began to split. Now the weaver commanded. I didn't try to block the water. I opened my pores. I became a sponge. The weaver's silver valves directed the flow, channeling the freezing water into the hollowed-out channels of my lower trunk. I used the heat from my core to flash boil the water, turning it into high-pressure steam. Instead of letting the pressure shatter me, I directed it upward, through the new spire I had grown through the roof. The brownstone shuddered. A plume of white steam, 100 feet high, erupted from my crown, screaming into the winter night. It was a whistle that could be heard for miles, a titanic, mechanical shriek that tore through the silence of the Great White. The humans fell to their knees, covering their ears. The ironwood hound bared its teeth, its mane glowing white-hot, but the house held. The steam pressure acted as a new kind of skeleton, a pneumatic support system that replaced the brittle wood. I was no longer just a biological entity. I was a steam engine made of oak and amber. The heat from the steam began to radiate outward. The ice on the brownstone's facade didn't just melt, it sublimated, turning directly into mist. The circle of warmth around the house expanded, pushing back the snowdrifts by 30 feet, then 50. In the parlor, the 14th were fully awake now. They weren't the people they had been. The mayor's eyes were the color of sun-bleached moss, and his voice, when he finally spoke, sounded like the wind through a canyon. "I remember the subway," he said, his voice echoing in the steam-warmed air. "I remember the last train. We were waiting for a signal that never came." The woman with the large eyes walked over to him. She didn't look at him as a monster. She took his wooden hand in her own. "The signal is here now, Mr. Mayor. We're building the new grid." Outside, the effect of the steam whistle was becoming apparent. The aurora in the sky began to pulse in rhythm with the steam bursts. Across the street, the ruins of a neighboring apartment complex, a jagged tooth of brick and rebar, began to glow. A dormant vine, buried under 20 feet of ice, sensed the vibration and the heat. It began to stir, its tiny, hair-like feelers reaching out toward the sound. One by one, the islands of the city began to respond. A grove of bioluminescent fungi in Central Park flared to life, casting a green glow that could be seen against the clouds. The redwood at the stock exchange sent out a massive, subsonic pulse that shook the bedrock. We were waking up, but the hive's response was immediate and violent. The water pressure in the basement suddenly spiked. They were pumping more in, trying to overtax my valves. Simultaneously, I felt movement on the surface. The shamblers, the hive's surface-dwelling shock troops, made of frozen meat and scavenged chitin, were emerging from the snowdrifts. They had been dormant, looking like mounds of white powder, but the heat of my expansion had triggered their predatory instincts. They were sightless, eyeless things, guided by the infrared signature of the humans inside my walls. There were hundreds of them. They moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, their claws clicking against the frozen pavement. They began to swarm the perimeter, throwing themselves against the wall of steam I was venting. Many of them were scalded instantly, their carapaces melting, but they didn't care. They were a tide of mindless hunger, and they were using the bodies of their fallen to bridge the gap. The hounds, asterisk I signaled. The ironwood hound in the parlor didn't need a command. It leapt through the shattered window, its body a blur of glowing amber. It was joined by 3 others that I had kept in reserve, hidden in the hollows of the walls. They hit the snow with the force of falling boulders. The battle was a silent, graceful slaughter. The hounds were faster, stronger, and fueled by the limitless energy of the steam grid. They tore through the shamblers like saws through soft pine, their teeth dripping with caustic sap. But for every 10 they killed, 20 more emerged from the drifts. The hive was emptying its larders. It was a war of attrition, and I was the prize. Inside the parlor, the humans weren't idle. They had opened their packs and were assembling a device, a tripod made of bone china and copper wire, topped with a shard of the same violet crystal that grew in the girl's hair. "We need the peak," the woman shouted over the roar of the steam. "If we can mount the relay at the top of the spire, we can lock the network. The shamblers will lose their connection to the queens." The girl with the blue hair stepped forward. She looked at the spire, which was a slick, vertical needle of wood and ice rising 60 feet into the freezing air. It was venting scalding steam at intervals, making it a death trap for anything biological. "I'll go," she said. Her voice was calm, devoid of the jagged fear she had carried 10 years ago. She was part of the green now, She didn't fear the heat. She took the relay and climbed. She didn't use her hands. She used the small, thorn-like protrusions that grew from her joints, anchoring herself into my bark. I felt her movement like a tickling on my spine. I adjusted my venting, closing the valves near her path to prevent her from being boiled alive. As she climbed, the shamblers reached the base of my trunk. My hounds were being pushed back, overwhelmed by the sheer mass of the swarm. One of the shamblers, a massive thing with the torso of a bear and the head of a locust, managed to bypass the hounds and sink its claws into my lower bark. It began to tear at the wood, seeking the soft, pressurized tissue beneath. I felt the pain, a sharp, cold spike in my consciousness. I tried to lash out with a branch, but my upper limbs were still brittle from the frost. The weaver, I called out. The silver entity didn't join the fight. Instead, he walked to the center of the room and placed his hands on the floorboards. He didn't send out silk. He sent out a vibration, a high-frequency hum that bypassed the wood and went straight into the nervous systems of the humans and the 14th. Sing asterisk, he commanded, not in words but in a direct synaptic impulse. The humans looked at each other, confused, but the 14th understood. The mayor began to hum, a deep, resonant bass that vibrated in his chest cavity. The others joined in, their voices blending into a haunting, dissonant chord that seemed to harmonize with the shriek of the steam. The sound didn't hurt the shamblers. It did something far more effective. It tuned the air. The frequency of the song matched the resonant frequency of the steam vibrations. The mist surrounding the house began to thicken, forming a physical barrier, a wall of solid sound and water droplets that acted like a kinetic shield. The shamblers hitting the wall didn't just stop, they were shattered. The vibrations tore their fragile, frozen cells apart, turning them into a fine gray powder. High above, the girl with the blue hair reached the summit. She was silhouetted against the aurora, a tiny, defiant spark of life at the top of the world. She jammed the relay into the soft, glowing tip of my spire. The connection was instantaneous. A pillar of violet light, solid as a spear, shot from the spire into the heart of the ash clouds. It didn't stop there. It refracted, splitting into a dozen smaller beams that arched across the horizon, finding the other nodes: the Stock Exchange, the Central Park Grove, the Brooklyn Bridge. The network was live. I felt the hive's grip on the city's consciousness snap. The shamblers outside didn't die. They simply stopped. The predatory intent that had driven them vanished, replaced by a profound, hollow confusion. They turned away from the house, wandering aimlessly back into the snow, their hive minds shattered into a million lonely pieces. The water pressure in my basement dropped. The queens were retreating, burrowing deeper into the earth, fleeing the light of a mind they could no longer understand. The girl slid down the spire, her skin glowing with a soft, ethereal radiance. She landed on the parlor floor, breathless but smiling. The woman with the large eyes hugged her, a gesture of pure human warmth that seemed to bridge the gap between the two worlds better than any relay could. The steam whistle died down to a gentle hiss. The house settled, the wood groaning as it adjusted to its new, permanent state of being. I was no longer a tree watching a house. I was the house, and the tree and the engine and the lighthouse. The tree that watches the house looked out through its many eyes. The snow was still falling, and the winter would likely last for another century. But the dark was no longer absolute. Across the ruined landscape of New York, a dozen violet fires were burning, linked by a web of light that the hive could never break. The humans began to lay out their bedrolls on the warm floorboards. The 14th sat among them, sharing stories of the world that was, while the weaver returned to his corner, his silver skin fading into a dull, peaceful gray. I retracted my awareness into my heartwood, feeling the steady, rhythmic pulse of the network. It was a quiet, collective heartbeat, a song of persistence. I would continue to watch. I would continue to grow. And beneath the ice, in the small ceramic pot that the humans had placed by the hearth, the tiny geranium opened its first petal. It was a splash of red in a world of white. It was the first day of the new world, and for now it was enough. The silence that followed the activation of the relay was not the hollow, predatory silence of the hive. It was a dense, expectant hush, like the pause between a lightning strike and the roll of thunder. I felt the violet light pulsing through my grain, a rhythmic surge that synchronized my sap with the distant, flickering heartbeats of the other nodes. For the first time since the fall, I was not an island. I was a synapse. The humans in the parlor felt it too. They didn't cheer. They didn't have the lung capacity for it. Instead, they slumped against my inner walls, their mushroom-pale skin taking on a faint, healthy lavender glow from the ambient radiation of the relay. The woman with the large eyes, whose name I discovered through the stray electrical impulses of her handheld device, was Eris, reached out and pressed her palm against my main trunk. "He's breathing with us," she whispered. I wasn't he, but I didn't correct her. To her, I was a protector, a provider of heat and oxygen in a world that offered only suffocation and frost. I adjusted the tension in my floorboards to cradle them, softening the wood until it felt like sun-warmed moss. The mayor sat by the hearth, his wooden fingers interlaced. The mossy hue of his eyes had deepened, and the jagged cracks in his skin were beginning to seal with a translucent amber-colored resin. He looked less like a corpse and more like a sculpture carved from a living forest. Beside him, the girl with the blue hair, Ilara, lay curled like a fox, her bioluminescent crown dimmed to a soft, rhythmic amber. She had given much of her strength to the climb, and I channeled a trickle of refined, glucose-rich sap through the floor filaments into her skin, a quiet communion of nourishment. But while the parlor was a sanctuary, my external senses remained hyper-alert. The shamblers had retreated, but they hadn't vanished. They were milling in the gray shadows of the brownstones across the street, their hive link severed but their biological hunger intact. They were no longer an army. They were a pack of scavengers, waiting for the fire to go out. "They will return with the storm," the weaver signaled. He had moved from the center of the room back to the shattered window. His silver form was translucent now, the effort of tuning the house having drained his metallic reserves. "The queens are not dead. They are merely blinded. They will seek the source of the light." "I am the source," I pulsed back, "and I am rooted." "Then we must make your roots deeper than their spite," the weaver replied. He began to pull at the air again, but this time his movements were different. He wasn't weaving shields or valves. He was reaching into the subatomic vibrations of the room. He began to hum, a sound that wasn't a sound but a localized distortion of gravity. Under his influence, my perception began to shift. I stopped seeing the house as a collection of rooms and started seeing it as a geometric equation. The weaver was showing me how to fold my consciousness. He was teaching me the architecture of the elsewhere. If the hive wanted to drown my roots, I would simply move my roots to a place where water did not exist. It was a concept of the old world physicists, something they called dimensional shunting. But to the weaver, it was as natural as breathing. I began to pull, not with my physical fibers, but with the intent of my mind. I felt the basement of the brownstone, the heavy, silk-clogged foundation begin to blur. The freezing water that had been hammering against my taproot suddenly passed through it as if I were a ghost. The pressure vanished. The cold vanished. I was still in the earth of Manhattan, but I was also somewhere else. A layer of reality that smelled of static and ancient ozone. The humans felt the shift. The lanterns flickered, their flames turning a brilliant, impossible green. Eris stood up, her hand flying to the wall for balance. "The coordinates are drifting," she gasped, looking at her device. "We're falling out of the map." "We're climbing," the mayor corrected, his voice a subterranean rumble. "He's taking us above the rot." The house didn't move an inch in the physical world, but the weight of the world changed. The oppressive psychic static of the hive, which had been a constant background noise for decades, suddenly cut out. It was replaced by a vast, celestial music, the sound of the planetary network. I could see them now, not just as distant glows on the horizon, but as sister minds. The redwood at the stock exchange was a titan of logic, its rings recording the rise and fall of civilizations in a language of pure mathematics. The grove in Central Park was a chaotic, joyous chorus of 1,000 fungal voices, singing of decomposition and rebirth. The bridge was a bridge no longer, but a sprawling, horizontal forest of silver willows. Their roots dipped into the East River, filtering the toxins into pure, drinkable light. "Welcome, little century," the redwood pulsed. Its voice was like the grinding of tectonic plates. "You have held the line. The grid is 54% restored." "The hive is gathering at the borders," the grove sang. "The queens are spinning a web of shadow to blot out the aurora. They want the long night." "Then we give them the sun," I responded. I didn't know where the thought came from. It wasn't my own. It was the collective intent of the 14, the weaver, and the girl with the blue hair. It was the memory of a summer afternoon in 1924, stored in my oldest heartwood. When the sun had been so bright, it turned the leaves of the old oak into translucent gold. I began to broadcast that memory. I used the relay on my spire not to send a signal, but to project a physical reality. I pushed the warmth of the parlor outward, through the walls, through the steam, and into the freezing street. I didn't just melt the ice, I rewrote the local climate. For a radius of 3 blocks, the great white vanished. The snow didn't melt. It simply ceased to be, replaced by the lush, humid air of a July day. The shamblers, creatures of the eternal frost, couldn't survive the transition. Their brittle, chitinous bodies cracked and dissolved in the sudden heat. The gray ash clouds above the brownstone parted, revealing a patch of sky so blue it hurt my many eyes to look at it. The humans walked to the windows. Eris reached out and touched the glass, which was no longer frosted but clear and warm. She saw the street below, the rusted husks of cars suddenly draped in sudden, emerald ivy. She saw a dandelion pushing its way through a crack in the sidewalk, blooming in seconds under the artificial sun I was casting. She began to cry, not the silent, hopeless tears of the subway colonies, but the sobbing of someone who had forgotten that beauty was a possibility. "It's a garden," she whispered. "He's made a garden." But the effort was monumental. My sap was boiling, and the violet crystal on my spire was beginning to hairline fracture from the sheer throughput of energy. I was burning through my geothermal reserves at an unsustainable rate. I was a candle burning at both ends, illuminating the dark but consuming my own essence to do it. "You cannot hold this forever," the weaver cautioned. He was standing near the girl, his hand hovering over her glowing hair. "The hive is patient. They will wait for your heart to burst." "I don't need forever," I signaled. "I only need long enough for them to learn." I turned my attention to the 14th, the mayor, the girl, and the others who had been taken by the green. They were the key. They were the translators. They were the only ones who could speak to the hive queens and tell them that the war was over, not because we had won, but because the world was too small for enemies. The mayor stood up. He seemed to understand. He walked toward the front door, the heavy ironwood portal that I had kept sealed for years. "Open it," he said. The humans gasped. Eris ran forward, grabbing his arm. "You can't, the air, the things out there." "The air is sweet," the mayor said, looking at her with his moss-colored eyes. "And the things out there are just hungry, like we were." I hesitated. My primary instinct was still to protect, to keep the walls thick and the locks tight. But the weaver was watching me, his silver mask reflecting the green light of the July street. He was waiting to see if I had truly become more than a sentry. I unbolted the door. The wood groaned as the hinges, long ago fused with resin, snapped open. A wave of warm, flower-scented air rushed into the parlor, clashing with the metallic tang of the weaver's secretions. The mayor stepped out onto the stoop. He looked like a king of the old world, his wooden skin gleaming in the artificial sunlight. Behind him, the 3 other members of the 14th followed, their bioluminescent marks pulsing in a slow, peaceful rhythm. They didn't run. They walked down the stairs to the sidewalk, where the remnants of the Shambler swarm were still twitching in the shadows of the summer zone. One of the creatures, a spindly thing with multiple joints and a face like a cracked porcelain mask, crawled out from under a rusted van. It hissed, its mandibles clicking in instinctive aggression. But as the mayor approached, the creature slowed. It sensed the resonance. It sensed the network. The mayor knelt in the middle of the street. He reached out his hand, palm up. The Shambler hesitated, its eyeless head tilting as it processed the lack of fear. Slowly, tentatively, it reached out a jagged claw and touched the mayor's wooden palm. A spark of violet light jumped between them. The Shambler shuddered. The gray, necrotic flesh of its body began to ripple. The frost blight that had driven it into a mindless frenzy began to recede, replaced by a soft, green moss. It wasn't being healed. It was being reclaimed. It was being given a place in the new grid. One by one, the other scavengers emerged from the ruins. They didn't attack. They gathered around the 4 wooden humans like pilgrims at a shrine. Inside the house, I felt the tension in my roots ease. The sun I was projecting didn't need to be so hot anymore. The Hive Queens, sensing the change in their drones, stopped their assault on my foundation. They weren't retreating in fear. They were listening. They were eavesdropping on the song of the mayor and the Shambler. I lowered the output of the relay. The violet spear of light softened into a gentle, pulsing dome that covered the neighborhood. The summer faded into a mild, perpetual spring, a stable ecosystem that I could maintain without burning my heartwood to ash. Aris and the other humans joined the mayor on the stoop. They stood in the miraculous warmth, watching the monsters turn into gardeners. "We have a lot of work to do," Aris said, her voice finally losing its rasp. She looked up at my windows, her eyes finding the knots in the wood that served as my eyes. "Thank you." I didn't respond with a pulse or a vibration. I simply let a single, perfect acorn drop from my upper branches. It fell through the air, tumbling end over end, and landed softly in her hand. It was warm to the touch, and it hummed with the energy of the new grid. "Plant it," the mayor said. "The city needs more than one heart." As the humans began to move into the street, clearing the debris to make room for the first real garden in a century, I felt a strange sensation in my attic. The weaver was gone. He hadn't left through the door or the window. He had simply folded back into the elsewhere, his task complete. But he had left something behind. In the center of the parlor where he had stood to tune the house, a silver thread remained. It was anchored to the floorboards and rose toward the ceiling, vibrating at a frequency that made the whole house feel light, as if it might float away into the clouds. I realized then that I wasn't just a house or a tree anymore. I was a node in a celestial loom. The weaver hadn't just saved us. He had woven us into the fabric of the planet's future. The girl with the blue hair, Alara, didn't go outside with the others. She stayed in the parlor, sitting by the ironwood hound. She looked at the geranium in the ceramic pot, which was now blooming with such intensity that its petals seemed to be made of fire. "Are you happy?" she whispered, her hand resting on my inner bark. I thought about the 100 years of watching. I thought about the ice, the hunger, and the silence. I thought about the silver figure and the wooden mayor. I thought about the network of violet light that now spanned the ruins of the world. I didn't have a word for happy, but I felt the sap flowing through my veins, warm and steady. I felt the breath of the humans in my lungs. I felt the stability of the dimensions the weaver had shown me. I creaked a floorboard, a gentle, rhythmic sound that mimicked the purr of the ironwood hound. It was the sound of a house at rest. The sun of the new grid set behind the ruins of the skyline, but the violet aurora remained, casting long, peaceful shadows across the new garden. The great white was still out there, a vast and frozen desert, but here, in this small corner of Manhattan, the green was winning. I closed my eyes, my knots, my filaments, my sensory pores. I didn't need to watch the house anymore. The house was finally home. The transition from a fortress to a home was not a sudden click of a latch, but a slow, rhythmic softening of my very cellular structure. For decades, my lignin had been tempered by the frantic need to repel, to push back the frost, to shuck off the questing gray filaments of the hive, to deny the entry of anything that breathed. Now, as the violet dome stabilized over the neighborhood, my architecture began to sigh. The tension in my joists, which had been wound tight as violin strings, slackened into a resonant hum. In the parlor, the air changed. The metallic, ozone-heavy scent of the weaver's departure lingered like a ghost, but it was being overtaken by something more primal. It was the smell of damp earth, of human sweat, and the sweet, almost cloying musk of the geranium. The flower was no longer just a splash of red. It was a beacon. Its roots, tiny and pale as infant fingers, were tapping against the ceramic of its pot, and I reached out through the floorboards to meet them. I didn't consume them. I offered them a sip of my own pressurized sap, a high-octane nectar distilled from the deep tectonic heat I was now drawing from the Earth's mantle. The plant shivered, its leaves unfurling with an audible asterisk crick, turning a deep, waxy emerald that defied the pale history of the world. Eris returned from the stoop, her boots clicking softly on my moss-softened wood. She looked exhausted, her face smeared with the soot of a century, but her eyes were clear. She carried a handful of gray slush that was rapidly turning into clear water in the warmth of the room. She set it in a bowl near the hearth. "We need to map the perimeter," she said to the remaining humans. Her voice was steady, the tremors of the subway dweller replaced by the pragmatism of a colonist. "The mayor says the shamblers won't cross the light line, but we can't rely on the barrier alone. We need to reinforce the glass. We need to clear the stairwell." I watched them move. It was a strange, beautiful dance. They were no longer huddling, they were reclaiming. They moved through my hallways not as refugees, but as inhabitants. One of the men, a gaunt soul with silvering hair, found a broom in the pantry, a relic of the 1920s that had survived in the vacuum of my stasis. He began to sweep the dust of decades toward the door. I assisted him, tilting the floorboards by a fraction of a degree so the debris skittered toward the threshold of its own accord. He paused, looking down at the wood, and offered a short, solemn nod. He knew I was helping. He knew the house was an ally. Deep in my basement, the engine, the great brass and iron heart that the 14th had brought back to life, was settling into a long-term rhythm. It was no longer screaming. The steam was being recycled through a series of copper veins I had grown along the ceiling, heating the upper floors and providing a constant, gentle humidity that kept my timber from cracking in the dry, artificial spring. But as the humans worked, I felt a new sensation. It was a tickle at the very edge of my root system, miles away from the brownstone. The network was speaking again. The redwood at the stock exchange sent a pulse of pure, cold data. It was a warning. The shadow is not gone, little sentry. It is merely displaced. The hive is a liquid. It flows where the pressure is lowest. I focused my awareness, projecting my consciousness through the violet web that linked us. I saw what the redwood saw. Beyond the 3-block radius of my summer, the great white was churning. The blizzard hadn't stopped. It had been pushed back, piling up in massive, jagged drifts that towered over the surrounding buildings like frozen tidal waves. And within those drifts, something was moving. It wasn't the shamblers. They were the infantry, the mindless drones. This was something larger, something that vibrated with a frequency of pure negation. The harvesters, the grove in Central Park, whispered. Its voice was a rustle of 1,000 dead leaves. The queens have birthed the heavy ones. They come to test the tension of the web. I felt a surge of protective fury. I looked at the humans in my parlor, Eris trying to fix a broken chair, Alara curled up with the ironwood hound, the man sweeping the floor. They were so fragile. Their lives were flickers of light in a dark that had lasted for generations. If the barrier broke, they wouldn't just die. They would be absorbed, their memories stripped and used as fuel for the hive's cold, gray expansion. I will not let them in, I pulsed back. The light is a bridge, the redwood cautioned. But a bridge can be walked from both ends. You must learn to phase. You must use the weaver's gift. I turned my internal eye toward the silver thread that remained in the center of the parlor. It was still vibrating, a thin needle of light that seemed to pierce through the ceiling and into a sky that didn't exist. I reached out with a delicate filament of my consciousness and touched it. The world vanished. For a terrifying microsecond, I was no longer a house in New York. I was a geometric pattern floating in a void of violet static. I could see the city, but it wasn't made of brick and stone. It was a series of interconnected equations. The hive was a dark, entropic smear trying to erase the numbers. My house was a bright, complex knot of variables that refused to be solved. The weaver's gift was not just protection. It was asterisk perspective asterisk. I realized that the elsewhere wasn't a place you went to. It was a way of being. The reason the shamblers couldn't touch me when the weaver tuned the room was because I had temporarily ceased to be matter. I had become information. And you cannot claw at a thought. You cannot freeze a memory. I pulled back, returning to my physical shell with a jolt that made every window in the house rattle. Eris dropped her tools, looking around in alarm. "What was that?" she asked, her hand on her chest. The ground moved. "The house is dreaming," Alara said softly. She hadn't moved from her spot by the hound. Her blue hair was glowing more brightly now, reacting to my proximity to the silver thread. "It's learning how to hide us." I understood now. The summer I had projected was a gift, but it was also a target. To survive the long night, I couldn't just fight the cold. I had to become something the cold couldn't find. I began to experiment. I didn't shut down the relay, but I began to fold the edges of the violet dome. I used the silver thread as a spindle, wrapping the reality of the 3-block radius around it. To an outside observer, to a harvester lurking in the drifts, the neighborhood would begin to look like a blur, a smudge of heat that was never quite where it seemed to be. It was a mirage made of wood and light. As I worked, the mayor came back inside. He was carrying a piece of rusted metal, a street sign that had once read asterisk 70 seconds in asterisk. He laid it on the floorboards with a heavy clatter. His wooden skin was duller now, the amber resin having hardened into a protective shell. "The swarm is quiet," he said, his voice a low vibration that resonated in my foundation. "But the air is getting heavy. The hive is trying to anchor the storm to us." He looked at the silver thread, then at the girl. "Alara," he said, "the weaver left the anchor for you. You are the only one who can hold the frequency when the sentry needs to sleep." The girl stood up. She looked small and pale, but there was a terrifying ancientness in her eyes, the legacy of whatever the green had done to her in the deep woods of the north. She walked to the silver thread and wrapped her small, blue-stained fingers around it. The thread didn't cut her. It merged with her. The silver light raced up her arms, mapping her veins in glowing filigree. She gasped, her head snapping back, and for a moment, she and the house were one. I felt her mind. It was a chaotic, beautiful storm of sensory input. She felt the warmth of the engine, the grit of the dust on the stairs, the slow, agonizingly slow growth of the geranium's roots. She felt the weight of the snow on my roof and the deep, cold ache of the Manhattan schist beneath my basement. "Don't be afraid," I whispered through the vibrations of the wood. "I'm not," she replied, her voice echoing in my heartwood. "It's just so much. You've been so lonely for so long." She began to hum, matching the frequency of the silver thread. As she did, the house began to change. The walls didn't move, but the asterisk texture of them shifted. The wallpaper, long ago peeled and rotted, began to knit itself back together, not as paper, but as a fine, fibrous membrane that pulsed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The shattered windows in the upper floors didn't grow glass, but they grew a translucent, amber-like resin that was harder than steel and warmer than wool. The tree that watches the house was no longer a tree inside a house. We were becoming a single organism, a cathedral of living wood, powered by an ancient engine and anchored by a girl who sang to the stars. Outside, the first of the harvesters emerged from the snow. It was a monstrosity of gray flesh and rusted machinery, a centipede-like thing the size of a city bus. Its many legs were made of scavenged rebar, and its head was a cluster of glowing, red sensory pits. It moved with a sickening, liquid grace, sliding over the ruins of a brownstone across the street. It reached the edge of the violet light. Usually, the hive would recoil from the light, but the harvester was built for this. It lunged forward, its red eyes flaring. It slammed into the barrier with a sound like a freight train hitting a mountain. The house shook. Aris screamed, grabbing the edge of the mantelpiece. The man with the broom fell to his knees. But the barrier didn't shatter, it rippled. Because Alara was holding the thread, and because I was folding the reality of the house, the harvester didn't hit a solid wall. It hit a pocket of non-Euclidean space. Its massive, rusted claws passed through the air where the sidewalk should have been, but found nothing. It stumbled, its momentum carrying it into a space that was neither here nor there. From the perspective of the humans, the harvester simply blurred, its front half disappearing into a smear of gray static before it recoiled, confused and shrieking in a frequency that shattered the remaining mundane glass in the neighborhood. It can't find the door asterisk, Alara thought, a ghost of a smile on her lips. Then we must give it something else to look at, I replied. I channeled the excess heat from the engine into the relay, but instead of a dome, I projected a decoy. Half a block away, in the middle of a ruined intersection, I created a ghost image of the house. It was a perfect replica, shimmering with violet light and smelling of warm sap. The harvester turned. Its primitive, predatory brain saw the target. It roared, a sound of grinding metal, and charged toward the illusion. As it left our perimeter, the mayor stepped to the window. He watched the creature tear into the empty air of the decoy, its claws passing through the light as it whipped itself into a frenzy. It won't work forever, the mayor said. The queens will realize the trick. They will send more. They will surround the entire sector. Let them, Aris said. She had picked up a heavy iron poker from the hearth. She wasn't a warrior, but she was a survivor, and that was more dangerous. We're not just hiding anymore. We're building. She was right. In the hours that followed, the humans didn't sit in fear. They used the warmth and the light I provided to transform my interior. They found old tools in the cellar and began to clear the debris from the upper floors. They turned the second-floor bedrooms into dormitories, laying out bedrolls on the warm, humming floorboards. They found a cache of canned goods in a sealed pantry, food that had been preserved for a century by the same stasis that had kept me alive. They ate, they talked, they even laughed, a thin, brittle sound, but it was the first time my walls had heard laughter since the world ended. As the night of the Great White deepened, the neighborhood began to change. The other nodes in the network, the redwood, the grove, the bridge, were all doing the same. Across the ruins of New York, a dozen pockets of elsewhere were blooming. We were like stars forming in a nebula of gray ash. I felt the connection between us strengthening. We were sharing data, sharing heat, sharing the very essence of our survival. The redwood sent a blueprint for a more efficient oxygen scrubber. I sent back the harmonic frequency Alara was using to fold the space around my walls. We were no longer isolated sentries. We were a forest. And a forest is a difficult thing to kill. Near midnight, the storm outside reached a crescendo. The wind howled with a localized intelligence trying to find a gap in my armor. The harvesters, there were 3 of them now, circled the summer zone like sharks around a raft. They were waiting for the girl to tire. They were waiting for my engine to run out of fuel. But they didn't understand the nature of the hearth. In the parlor, the geranium had finished its first bloom. A single, brilliant red flower sat atop its stalk, a defiance of the white world. Eris sat by the fire, watching the petals. "My grandmother told me about these," she whispered to the man with the silver hair. "She said they used to grow on windowsills, just sitting there, not protecting anyone, not fighting, just being red." "It's a luxury," the man said. "A world where something can just be beautiful." "It's a goal," Eris corrected. She looked up at the ceiling, her eyes seemingly piercing through the wood to find my consciousness. "We're going to plant the acorn tomorrow," she said, "in the middle of the street, right where the light is strongest." I felt a thrill of anticipation in my roots. To plant a seed in Manhattan, not a weed, not a fungal parasite, but a scion of my own heartwood. It would be my child. It would be the second heart the mayor had spoken of. "I will protect it," I promised. "We will," Elara corrected. She was still holding the silver thread, her eyes closed, her body swaying to the music of the spheres. The long night was far from over. The hive was vast and the ice was deep. There would be more attacks, more harvesters, more queens with their cold, calculating hungers. My wood would be scarred, my engine would strain, and there would be days when the violet light would flicker and dim. But as I looked out through my many eyes, I saw the red flower in the parlor, the blue glow of the girl, and the silver thread that linked us to the infinite. I saw the humans sleeping in the warmth of my belly, their heartbeats synchronized with the pulse of the engine. I was the house that watched, I was the tree that grew, I was the engine that breathed. And for the first time in 100 years, I wasn't just waiting for the end, I was waiting for the morning. The snow continued to fall, but beneath the ice, the earth was beginning to remember the heat. The first day of the new world was ending, and as I retracted my awareness into the peaceful, humming core of my heartwood, I knew that the second day would be even brighter. I closed the ironwood door in my mind and settled into the long, watchful sleep of the rooted. The garden was waiting. The silence that followed the harvester's retreat was not the hollow silence of the vacuum, but the pressurized quiet of a lung held full of air. I could feel the microscopic tension in the joists of my 3rd floor, where the frost had tried to bite through the new amber resin and found only a slick, defiant heat. The humans were sleeping now, their breaths creating a rhythmic counterpoint to the low thrum of the engine in the basement. Eris lay near the hearth, her hand still resting on the handle of the iron poker, her thumb tracing the pitted metal even in her dreams. I extended a sensory filament, a hair-thin root of consciousness, and brushed against the silver thread Elara still held. She didn't wake, but her subconscious flared like a solar prominence. She was dreaming of a forest that wasn't made of wood but of glass and light, where the birds were clockwork and the rain tasted of ozone. It was a memory of the weaver's home, perhaps, or a prophecy of what we were becoming. I drew strength from it. But as I turned my attention outward, past the flickering decoy and the violet shimmer of the veil, I felt the atmosphere curdling. The hive was not a creature of rage, it was a creature of mathematics. It had calculated the cost of the harvester's failure and was now adjusting its variables. The wind died down. The screaming gales that had defined the New York skyline for a century simply vanished, replaced by a stillness so profound it felt like a physical weight. I looked through the eyes of the redwood at the stock exchange. The great white was no longer churning. The drifts were settling, flattening out into a vast, featureless plain of gray-white powder. "They are suffocating the light," the redwood pulsed. "They are building a lid." I saw it then. High above the city, in the strata where the atmosphere met the void, the hive was weaving. Thousands of smaller flyers, things like translucent kites made of frozen skin, were stitching themselves together. They were forming a canopy, a biological shroud that would block out whatever dim, filtered starlight still reached the surface. They wanted to turn our summer into a greenhouse of rot. If they could cut off our connection to the upper atmosphere, the heat I drew from the mantle would have nowhere to go. I would cook my inhabitants from the inside out, or I would have to vent the heat and let the frost reclaim the parlor. A pressure cooker, I thought. They are turning me into a pressure cooker. I felt the mayor stir in the hallway. His wooden joints creaked as he stood, his amber eyes scanning the ceiling. He could feel it too, the subtle shift in the barometric pressure, the way the air was becoming heavy and stagnant. "They're sealing the sky," he whispered. He walked to the window and pressed his forehead against the resin-coated pane. The weaver said this might happen, the final occlusion. He looked at the sleeping humans. He looked at the geranium, which was already beginning to droop as the oxygen levels in the room dipped by a fraction of a percent. I reacted instantly, opening the copper veins in my ceiling to pump in more of the recycled air from the basement engine. But it was a temporary fix. The engine needed to breathe too. It needed an intake, and the intake was being buried under miles of gray silk and frozen meat. "I need to pierce the shroud," I told the network. "You are too low, little sentry," the bridge replied. Its voice was a metallic groan of stressed steel. "I have the height, but I have no heart. I am only a skeleton." "Then we must merge," I said. The idea was a madness, a violation of the laws of botany and architecture alike. A brownstone cannot move, a bridge cannot grow, but we were no longer what we had been. We were a series of equations in the weaver's violet light. I reached out to Alara. I didn't wake her, but I nudged her mind, directing her hand to tighten around the silver thread. The frequency of her humming shifted, becoming sharper, more directional. I felt the silver light in her veins begin to vibrate at a pitch that made the very air in the parlor ionize. "Aris," I pulsed through the floorboards. "Wake up." The woman bolted upright, her eyes snapping open. She didn't look confused. She looked ready. She saw the mayor standing by the window, his form silhouetted against the deepening gray of the outside world. "The air," she said, coughing slightly. "It's thick." "The hive is closing the box," the mayor said. "The sentry has a plan, but it requires the girl to go deeper, and it requires you to trust the wood." Aris looked at Alara, whose skin was now glowing with such intensity that the shadows in the room had vanished. The silver filigree was no longer just on her arms. It was spreading across her cheeks, mapping the nerves of her face in lines of cold fire. "What do we do?" Aris asked. "We give the sentry a needle," the mayor said. I began to withdraw my energy from the peripheral roots, the miles of violet webbing that held the 3-block radius. It was a gamble. By pulling back the barrier, I was inviting the cold to press right up against my walls. I felt the temperature in the surrounding streets plummet instantly. The summer collapsed. The ghost decoy vanished. The harvesters, sensing the weakness, began to crawl back toward the house, their red eyes hungry. But I wasn't retreating. I was concentrating. I took all that heat, all that tectonic pressure, and all the light Alara was channeling from the elsewhere, and I funneled it into a single point. I chose the chimney, the highest point of my physical structure. The bricks of the chimney were old, hand-fired clay from the 19th century. They weren't meant to withstand the heat of a star. I felt them begin to crack, to vitrify. I didn't fight the destruction. I leaned into it. I used the molten clay as a lubricant, growing a spear of ironwood up through the center of the flue. I wasn't growing a branch. I was growing a railgun. In the parlor, the floorboards began to groan. The man with the broom woke up and scrambled back as the center of the room began to bulge. A spire of dark, polished wood, wrapped in the same silver light that infused Alara, erupted from the floor. It didn't break the ceiling. It phased through it, the weaver's gift allowing the matter to overlap without displacement. "Hold on," the mayor shouted, grabbing a doorframe. The house began to tilt. Not because the foundation was failing, but because I was extending. I was drawing mineral mass from the bedrock of Manhattan, pulling up iron and silica and carbon, and weaving it into a tower that rose from my roof. I climbed 10 feet, 50 feet, 100. I bypassed the surrounding ruins. I rose above the drifts of the Great White. I could see the shroud now, a pulsing gray membrane that stretched from horizon to horizon, barely 50 feet above the tops of the tallest skyscrapers. It looked like the belly of a dead whale, bloated and stinking of rot. The harvesters were at my base now. I could feel their claws tearing at my foundation, their acid breath eating through the stone of the stoop. I ignored them. I let them chew. I had reinforced my lower hull with the density of a diamond, and it would take them hours to reach the marrow. Ilara, now asterisk, I commanded. The girl's eyes flew open. They were no longer brown. They were pure, blinding silver. She didn't scream, but a sound erupted from her throat that was the exact acoustic inverse of the hive's negation. It was a note of pure being. The spire on my roof reacted. The silver thread that ran through its core reached the tip and ignited. A beam of violet-white energy shot upward. It wasn't a blast of fire. It was a blast of asterisk reality asterisk. Where the beam touched the shroud, the hive's construction didn't burn. It simply ceased to be a valid equation. The gray silk unraveled into harmless vapor. The flyers that made up the membrane were deleted from the world, their matter converted back into the raw data of the universe. The hole was small at first, a pinprick of light in the gray ceiling of the world. But I didn't stop. I used the spire as a needle and began to sew. I didn't just punch a hole, I anchored the edges of the opening to the elsewhere. I created a permanent skylight in the hive's roof. For the first time in a century, the sun hit the streets of New York. It wasn't much, a pale winter sun filtered through the high-altitude dust of a broken planet. But it was asterisk light asterisk. It was unmediated, undistilled photons. The effect on the hive was catastrophic. The harvesters at my base didn't just retreat, they began to smoke. Their gray flesh, evolved for the absolute zero of the long night, couldn't handle the sudden influx of solar radiation. They shrieked and dissolved into puddles of oily slush. All across the city, the other nodes saw what I had done. The redwood at the stock exchange sent up its own spire. The grove in Central Park followed. Within minutes, the shroud was being riddled with holes, a dozen needles of violet light stitching the sky back to the earth. Inside my parlor, the change was instantaneous. The air cleared. The geranium snapped its leaves upright, its red petals glowing with a ferocity that seemed almost violent. Ilara slumped forward, the silver light fading from her skin, leaving her pale and trembling. Aris caught her, pulling the girl into her lap. "She's alive," Aris breathed, her hand on Ilara's heart. "She's just empty." "She did it," the mayor said, his voice thick with a strange, wooden emotion. "She broke the sky." The man with the broom walked to the window. He stared out at the patch of blue that was now visible through the hole I had torn. He began to cry, silent, racking sobs that shook his gaunt frame. He hadn't seen the sky since he was a child in the subways. But I could feel that the victory was local. The hive was vast, and the shroud was already trying to knit itself back together around our needles. This wasn't the end of the war. It was the beginning of the siege. "We have the light," the redwood pulsed. "Now we must plant." The mayor turned to Aris. "The acorn, now, while the sun is touching the ground." Aris nodded. She reached into her pack and pulled out the small, heavy object. It was wrapped in a piece of silk, a scrap of the weaver's own robe. She walked to the door, her boots crunching on the frost that had managed to seep into the entryway. The summer was gone, but in its place was something more stable, a column of sunlight that fell directly onto the center of the intersection outside my stoop. The snow there was melting, revealing the cracked, ancient asphalt of 72nd Street. Eris stepped out. She looked small against the backdrop of the ruined city, a lone figure in a landscape of white and gray. But she didn't hesitate. She walked to the center of the light, knelt, and began to dig. The ground was frozen, but I helped her. I sent a pulse of heat up through the soil from my deep roots, softening the earth until it was like warm butter. She carved out a small hole, placed the acorn inside, and covered it with her bare hands. "Grow," she whispered. I didn't wait for the seasons. I didn't wait for the rain. I reached out through the soil and wrapped my own roots around the seed. I didn't consume it, I fed it. I gave it the distilled nectar of the mantle, the harmonic resonance of Alara's song, and the pure, unfiltered data of the weaver's gift. The ground buckled. A shoot of emerald green erupted from the asphalt. It didn't grow like a normal tree. It grew with the speed of a closing door. It spiraled upward, its bark not brown, but a shimmering, iridescent silver. Its leaves were broad and waxy, and as they unfurled, they began to hum. It was a repeater. It would take the signal I was receiving from the elsewhere and broadcast it. It would extend the veil, not as a fragile dome, but as a solid territory. As the new tree reached the height of my second floor, I felt a shift in the neighborhood. The cold didn't just stop at the border, it was converted asterisk. The repeater was drinking the frost, turning the thermal entropy of the hive into fuel for its own growth. The summer was back, but this time it was self-sustaining. Eris stood up, her hands stained with the dark, rich earth I had provided. She looked at the new tree, then back at me. She smiled, a real, weary smile. "We have a yard," she said. But my celebration was cut short. Deep in the network, a new signal arrived. It wasn't from the redwood or the grove. It was a signal I didn't recognize, a cold, rhythmic pulsing that came from far to the north, from the direction of the Great Lakes. It was a signal of distress, but it wasn't human. The 14th, the voice whispered. It was the ironwood hound speaking for the first time. It had stood up from its place by Alara and was staring toward the north, its metal ears pricked. The 14th is calling. He has found the source. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The 14th, the man who had built my engine, the man who had brought the weaver to my door, had been gone for years. We had assumed he was dead, or worse, absorbed. "He is in the hive's heart," the hound continued, its voice a grating of metal on stone. "He has found the Mother Queen, and he is holding the door open." I looked at my humans. They were finally safe. They had food, they had heat, they had a sky. They could live here for 100 years, protected by me and the repeater. But I knew, and I could feel that the mayor knew, that as long as the Mother Queen lived, our summer was just a stay of execution. The hive would eventually adapt. It would find a way to eat the light. "We have to go," Eris said, reading the vibration in my walls. She looked at the mayor. "Don't we?" "The sentry cannot move," the mayor said, "and the girl is too weak to travel." "I'll go," Eris said. She looked at the ironwood hound. "The dog knows the way, and I have the poker." It was suicide. One woman and a mechanical dog against the heart of the hive. "I will not let you," asterisk I pulsed, the floorboards vibrating with my protest. "You don't have a choice," Sentry Eris said, walking back into the parlor. She picked up her pack. "You stay here. You keep the light on. You keep Alara safe. If we don't kill the queen, this all ends in a week anyway." She looked at the man with the broom. "Keep sweeping. Keep the dust off the resin. The sentry needs to see." The man nodded, his eyes wide. Eris walked to the silver thread. She didn't touch it, but she bowed to it, and to the girl who lay sleeping beside it. Then she turned and walked toward the door. The ironwood hound followed her, its claws clicking on the floor. At the threshold, it paused and looked back at me. "Watch the house," it said. "I will watch the girl." They stepped out into the sunlight of the intersection, then turned north, moving toward the edge of the violet light. Beyond the repeater's reach, The world was still a nightmare of gray drifts and hidden terrors. I watched them go. I used every eye I had, the windows, the cracks in the brick, the sensory pits in my roots. I watched until they were nothing but two dark specks against the infinite white. Then I turned my attention inward. I had a job to do. I had a girl to protect, a man to house, and a new tree to nurture. I had to be the fortress they deserved. I began to pull more mass from the earth. I thickened my walls. I reinforced my shutters. I grew a second layer of resin over the windows, making them virtually indestructible. I tuned the engine to a low, efficient hum, ensuring that we had enough fuel to last through the coming siege. But a part of me, the part that lived in the violet static of the elsewhere, stayed with Eris. I couldn't help her fight, but I could be her compass. I could send a pulse of light through the network, a beacon that only the hound could see. The tree that watches the house was no longer just watching a house. I was watching the world. And as the sun began to set, casting long, purple shadows across the ruins of New York, I prepared for the second night. It would be colder, it would be darker, but I had a red flower in my parlor and a silver tree in my street. I was ready. The silence that followed their departure was not the peaceful quiet of a house at rest. It was the pressurized hush of a lung holding its breath. In the parlor, the man with the broom, whose name I finally discerned from the rhythmic mutterings of his internal monologue, was Thomas, did not stop moving. He swept the same 4 square feet of heartwood over and over, his eyes fixed on the door Eris had vanished through. He was terrified of the stillness. He knew that as long as he moved, he was part of the mechanism of survival. If he stopped, he was just meat in a cold box. I felt Alara's pulse steady. The silver fire had retreated from her skin, leaving behind a faint, iridescent sheen like the inside of an abalone shell. She was breathing deeply now, her subconscious mind still tethered to the elsewhere. I could feel her dreams. They were geometric, vast landscapes of violet glass and singing light. She was no longer just a resident. She was my primary capacitor. Every breath she took recycled the ambient energy of the house, refining it, stripping away the jagged edges of the hive's interference. Outside, the new repeater tree was hardening. Its silver bark pulsed with a low-frequency hum that acted as a sonic detergent, scrubbing the air of the hive's pheromonal rot. The sun had dipped below the jagged horizon of the broken skyline, but the twilight that followed was different now. It wasn't the suffocating gray-black of the great white. It was a bruised, electric purple. The hole I had torn in the sky remained open, a jagged window into the vacuum, held apart by the sheer mathematical stubbornness of the weaver's logic. The sky is bleeding, the bridge groaned. I felt its massive steel limbs shiver. The hive was reacting to the wound. Far above the city, the kite-like flyers were no longer stitching. They were clotting. Thousands of them were diving into the hole I had made, sacrificing their biological mass to plug the leak of light. They fell like charred paper, their bodies burning up as they hit the concentrated pillar of reality I was broadcasting. But there were millions of them. For every 100 that incinerated, one managed to wedge its frozen wing into the gap. I cannot hold the aperture alone. I pulsed to the redwood. Then we must widen the base, the redwood replied. The sentry provides the needle, but the grove must provide the thread. In Central Park, the grove began to vibrate. I felt it through the deep bedrock, a subterranean thrumming that made the water in my copper pipes dance. The trees there, ancient oaks and maples that had been twisted into obsidian parodies of themselves, began to shed their dark bark. Underneath, they were glowing with a soft, bioluminescent green. They weren't fighting the hive with fire, they were fighting it with growth. They were pumping oxygen into the atmosphere at such a rate that the air around the park began to shimmer with the threat of combustion. The hive hated oxygen. It was a corrosive gas to their anaerobic systems. I saw the clouds of gray spores that hung over the Upper East Side begin to dissolve, turning into a harmless brown mist. The air tastes like rain, Thomas whispered, finally leaning his broom against the wall. He walked to the window and touched the resin. It hasn't tasted like rain in 20 years. Don't get used to it, the mayor said. He was sitting in the corner, his wooden frame creaking as he carved a small piece of scrap wood with a finger that had been sharpened into a blade. The Mother Queen is waking up. She doesn't like the taste of rain. She likes the taste of silence. I felt it then, a tremor that didn't come from the earth, but from the asterisk idea of the earth. Far to the north, where Eris and the Hound were heading, something massive was shifting. It was a consciousness so vast it made the hive mind of the harvesters look like the buzzing of gnats. It was a cold, calculating hunger that had traveled across the stars, not out of malice, but out of a fundamental inability to perceive life as anything other than fuel. The Mother Queen. She felt the pinprick of my needle. She felt the itch of the repeater in my street, and she began to turn her gaze towards 72nd Street. I felt the temperature in my basement drop 10 degrees in a second. My engine flared, the violet light turning a jagged, angry crimson. The heat I was drawing from the mantle was being intercepted. Something was drinking the warmth before it could reach my roots. They are freezing the veins, I warned the network. She is pulling the heat into the Great Lakes, the bridge replied. She is building a wall of absolute zero between us and the north. I looked through the eyes of the redwood. A wall of white was moving down from the Bronx. It wasn't a storm. It was a physical barrier of frozen nitrogen, a tidal wave of cold that would shatter steel like glass. It was moving at 60 miles an hour, erasing the ruins as it went. It would reach me in 20 minutes. I looked at Alara. She was the key. If I could wake her, if I could channel her entire essence into the repeater, we might be able to blast a hole through the coming wall, but it would burn her out. Her nervous system wasn't built to be a conduit for that much raw data. She would become a husk, a hollow shell of skin and bone. No asterisk, I thought. There must be another way. I looked at the mayor. He was watching me. He couldn't hear my thoughts, but he could feel the vibration of my panic in the floorboards. He stood up, his amber eyes glowing. "The sentry is afraid," he said to Thomas. Thomas gripped his broom handle until his knuckles turned white. "Afraid of what? We have the light. We have the tree." "The queen is breathing," the mayor said. He walked to the center of the room, where the spire of ironwood rose through the ceiling. He placed his wooden hand on the silver-veined bark. "She is exhaling the end of the world." The mayor looked up at the ceiling, his gaze piercing through the layers of wood and resin. "Sentry, listen to me. You are a house. You were built to shelter, but you were also built to contain asterisk. Do you remember the basement? Not the engine room, the sub-basement, the vault." I searched my memory. My blueprints were a mess of 19th century drafts and Weaver-distorted equations. I pushed my awareness down, past the copper veins, past the roots, into the dark, forgotten pockets of the foundation. There, beneath the coal bunker, behind a wall of schist that had been reinforced with lead, was a space I had ignored. It was a void in my own geometry. I pushed a root through the mortar. The vault wasn't empty. It was filled with jars, thousands of them. Glass cylinders etched with Victorian scrollwork, sealed with wax and silver wire. Inside the jars was a dark, viscous liquid that didn't respond to the cold. It moved with a slow, heavy pulse, like liquid shadow. "The 14th's legacy," the mayor whispered. "He didn't just build an engine. He built a battery, but it's not a battery of light. It's a battery of refusal." I understood then. The liquid wasn't matter. It was the concentrated essence of everything the hive couldn't consume. It was the no of the universe. It was the physical manifestation of the law of conservation, the part of reality that simply refuses to be overwritten. "Open the vents," the mayor commanded. I hesitated. If I brought that substance into my main circulatory system, I would no longer be a living thing. I would become an inert object. I would be indestructible, but I would be deaf, dumb, and blind. I would be a tomb. The wall is coming, little sentry, the bridge groaned. I can see it. It is a mile high. It is the breath of the void. I looked at Alara. I looked at the red flower. I looked at Thomas, who was praying to a god he didn't believe in. I opened the vault. The silver wire snapped. The wax melted. The liquid refusal rushed into my roots like black ink. The sensation was agonizing. It wasn't pain. It was the absence of feeling. As the black liquid moved through my veins, I lost sensation in my peripheral walls. My eyes in the bricks went dark. The heat of the mantle felt distant, like a memory of a fire seen through a thick fog. But as I faded, I felt my density increase. My molecules were locking together, forming a lattice that was no longer biological or even chemical. I was becoming a singularity of architecture. The black ink reached the parlor floor. Thomas screamed as the floorboards turned from warm brown to a matte, light-absorbing black. He scrambled onto the sofa, watching as the shadows climbed the walls. The mayor didn't move. He stood by the spire, letting the refusal coat his wooden feet. He looked at me, at the heart of the house, and nodded. "Become the mountain," he said. The black liquid reached Alara. It didn't touch her skin. It flowed around her, forming a protective cocoon of absolute inertia. She was suspended in a bubble of no, safe from the cold, safe from the hive, safe from the world itself. I felt the wall of cold hit. The impact was silent. There was no crash, no sound of breaking stone. The mile-high wave of frozen nitrogen slammed into the neighborhood and simply stopped. I couldn't see it, but I could feel the pressure. It was the weight of a continent pressing against my skin. The refusal held. The cold couldn't penetrate the black ink. It couldn't find a foothold in my molecular structure. I was a hole in the storm, a stubborn fact that the Mother Queen could not erase. The great white roared. The wind outside reached speeds that would have stripped the skin from a man's bones, but inside the parlor the air was perfectly still. The geranium didn't even flutter. I was no longer looking through the redwood. I was no longer part of the network. I had cut myself off to survive. I was a black box in a white hell. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time had no meaning in the dark. I focused all my remaining awareness on the small bubble of light where Alara slept. She was the pilot light. As long as she stayed lit, the refusal wouldn't consume the house entirely. Then a vibration. It wasn't from the cold. It was a rhythmic tapping on the front door. I didn't have eyes to see who it was. I didn't have ears to hear, but I felt the frequency. It was a metallic clicking. The ironwood hound. I opened a tiny pore in the refusal near the threshold. It was a risk. A single leak could let the cold in and shatter me from the inside out, but I had to know. The door creaked open. A figure stumbled into the parlor. It wasn't Aris. It was a man. He was tall, gaunt, and wrapped in rags of violet silk that were scorched and tattered. His skin was the color of old parchment, and his eyes were not eyes at all. They were two burning embers of silver light. He was carrying something in his arms, a bundle of fur and blood. The hound, it was broken. Its metal ribs were crushed, its jaw hanging by a single wire. It was leaking oil and silver data fluid across the black floor. The man collapsed to his knees in the center of the room. He didn't look at the mayor. He didn't look at Thomas. He looked directly at the spot where my consciousness was huddled near the engine. "I am the 14th, he rasped. His voice sounded like grinding stones. "And I have brought the heart." He opened his hands. In his palms lay a pulsing, translucent sphere. It looked like a heart, but it was made of clockwork and frozen light. It was beating with a frantic, terrified rhythm. The Mother Queen's core. "Where is Aris?" the mayor asked, his voice trembling. The 14th didn't answer. He simply looked back at the door, which was still standing open to the white void outside. "She is the price," the 14th said. She held the door. Now you must finish it. He held the heart out toward the spire of ironwood. The sentry must eat, he said. It must consume the queen. Only then can the refusal be turned into a yes. I felt a surge of revulsion. The heart was a thing of the hive. It was the source of the rot, the origin of the great white. To take it into myself was to risk becoming the very thing I had spent a century fighting. "Do it," the hound whispered. Its voice was a dying spark in the dark. She gave. "Everything, do not let the light go out." I looked at Alara. She was stirring. The presence of the queen's heart was acting like a magnet, pulling her back from the elsewhere. Her eyes opened, and for the first time they weren't silver. They were human. They were terrified. "Aris," she whispered. She saw the 14th. She saw the broken dog. She saw the pulsing, clockwork heart. She didn't cry. She stood up, her legs shaky, and walked toward the man in the violet rags. She reached out and took the heart from his hands. It was heavy, cold, and smelled of ozone. "She told me," Alara said, her voice growing stronger. "In the dreams. She told me what to do if she didn't come back." Alara turned to the spire, the needle I had grown to pierce the sky. She pressed the Mother Queen's heart against the silver-veined wood. "Sentry," she said, "change." I didn't have to think. The refusal in my veins reacted to the heart. The black ink began to boil. It rushed toward the parlor, toward the spire, toward the heart. I didn't consume the heart. I inverted asterisk it. I took the queen's hunger and turned it into growth. I took her cold and turned it into pressure. I took her silence and turned it into a scream of pure, unadulterated life. The spire didn't just grow, it exploded. It tore through the roof, through the refusal, through the mile-high wall of nitrogen. It didn't stop at the sky. It reached into the elsewhere and pulled. The house shook. The foundations groaned as I expanded, my walls stretching, my rooms multiplying. I was no longer a brownstone. I was a cathedral of wood and light. I was a fortress that spanned 3 blocks, then 4, then 10. The refusal turned white. It turned into a marble-hard substance that radiated heat. Outside, the great white began to retreat, not because of the sun, but because the ground itself was becoming too hot to touch. The snow turned to steam. The steam turned to rain. The final occlusion was over. I felt the hive screaming. All across the continent, the flyers were falling. The harvesters were dissolving. The Mother Queen was gone, her heart now the engine of my own expansion. But in the center of the new, vast parlor, Alara was kneeling by the broken hound. She was crying now, the tears carving tracks through the silver dust on her cheeks. The 14th was gone. He had vanished the moment the heart was consumed, his purpose finally fulfilled. Thomas was still holding his broom, staring at the white marble walls and the vaulted ceilings that stretched up into the clouds. He looked like a man who had seen the end of the world and the beginning of a new one, and found them both equally terrifying. The mayor walked to the window. The refusal had cleared, and the glass was now as transparent as air. The sun was rising, a real sun, a golden summer sun that hit the wet streets and turned the steam into a golden haze. The repeater tree in the intersection was now a giant, its branches reaching out to touch the buildings on either side. It was covered in white flowers that smelled of honey and ozone. "It's over," the mayor said. But I knew better. I could feel the roots of the new world I had become. I could feel the millions of humans still hiding in the subways, in the bunkers, in the dark. They were starting to move. They were feeling the heat. They were following the light. I was the tree that watches the house. But the house was now the city, and the city was starting to wake up. I looked at Alara. She picked up a single, scorched piece of violet silk from the floor, the only thing left of the 14th, or perhaps a piece of Aris's pack. She tucked it into her pocket and stood up. "We have to go find her," she said. The mayor looked at the vast, empty city, then back at the girl. "The world is big, Alara, and it's very, very wet. "I don't care," she said. She looked up at the ceiling at the heart of the house. "The sentry will watch the way, won't you?" I pulsed a single, warm vibration through the floorboards. Yes. I would watch. I would wait. I would be the anchor for the long, bright summer that was finally beginning. The marble-white refusal that had once been my soot-stained brick shifted again, settling into a state of permanent, crystalline grace. The heat radiating from my new walls was not the frantic, localized burning of the engine, but a steady, rhythmic thrum, the heartbeat of the Mother Queen, now filtered through the morality of a Victorian brownstone. I felt the city through my expanded root system, which now webbed through the subway tunnels like nerves regrowing in a paralyzed limb. The ice was melting, turning the gutters into rushing silver rivers that carried the gray ash of the hive toward the sea. Alara stepped toward the front door. It was no longer a slab of oak, but a towering arch of translucent amber, humming with the stored sunlight of 1,000 summers. She placed her hand on the surface, and the house shivered in recognition. Outside, the world was a chaotic symphony of steam and falling slush. The mile-high wall of nitrogen had collapsed into a fog so thick it obscured the neighboring blocks, but it was a warm fog, smelling of wet earth and the sudden, violent birth of green things. "The dog," Alara said, turning back. Her voice was small in the cathedral-like vastness of the new parlor. "We can't leave him." The ironwood hound lay on the floor, its silver lifeblood pooling in the grooves of the white stone. It was a jagged, broken thing, an artifact of a war that had just ended. Thomas knelt beside it, his broom finally dropped, his hands hovering over the crushed metal ribs. He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes searching for the consciousness he knew inhabited the rafters. "Sentry," Thomas whispered, "you took the heart, you took the queen. Can you take this too?" I reached down, not with hands but with the subtle pressure of the refusal. I felt the hound's fading frequency, a jagged, loyal staccato. It was a construct of Eris's will and the weaver's logic, but it had a soul of friction and duty. I didn't merge it into my walls. Instead, I opened a vein in the floorboards. A thin tendril of the Mother Queen's inverted essence, now a pale gold liquid, rose like a serpent and coiled around the hound's shattered frame. The metal didn't just knit, it blossomed. The ironwood grew thorns of copper, and the silver data fluid thickened into a mercury-like muscle. The hound's single glowing eye flickered, turned from a dying red to a steady, oceanic blue, and then it stood. It shook itself, the sound like a bag of coins being rattled, and let out a low, resonant chime. It walked to Alara and pressed its cold, metallic nose against her palm. "He's different," she murmured. "He feels heavy, like he's made of the same stuff as the walls." "He's a part of the house now," the mayor said, stepping toward the light of the doorway. He looked older than he had an hour ago. The wood of his face was drying out, the grain becoming prominent and brittle. The victory had cost him the moisture of his borrowed life. "We all are, but the girl is right. The weaver didn't just vanish because the queen died. The logic of the hive is gone, but the geometry of the elsewhere is still folded over this city like a wet blanket. If we don't find Eris, she'll be trapped in the seams." Alara didn't wait for a plan. She pushed through the amber door. The street was unrecognizable. 72nd Street had become a canyon of steam. The repeater tree at the intersection was no longer a mere broadcast tower. It had grown into a gargantuan willow of white glass, its weeping branches trailing into the flooded gutters. Every leaf was a prism, catching the newborn sun and shattering it into a billion rainbows that danced through the mist. I watched them go. I couldn't move, but I could extend asterisk. As Alara, the mayor, and the resurrected hound stepped onto the pavement, I felt the pavement itself respond. I reached out through the bedrock, hardening the ground beneath their feet, turning the treacherous slush into a stable path of dry, warm stone. I was the road and the destination. They headed north toward the Bronx, where the shadow of the Mother Queen's arrival had been darkest. As they walked, the city began to reveal the scars of its long occupation. narration. They passed buildings that had been turned into hives, brownstones hollowed out and filled with the gray, papery resin of the flyers. But as the heat of my new heart pulsed through the earth, these hives were reacting. They weren't just collapsing, they were being reclaimed. Ivy, thick as a man's thigh and glowing with bioluminescence, was racing up the resin, strangling the hive structures and breaking them down into mulch. "Look," Thomas shouted, pointing toward a collapsed storefront. A human hand reached out from the debris, then another. People who had been cocooned in the silence of the hive for years were being coughed out by the melting resin. They were pale, shivering, and confused, blinking at the first real light they had seen in a generation. "We can't stop for everyone," the mayor barked, though his wooden hand twitched with the urge to help. "The sentry is warming the city. The grove in the park will feed them oxygen. If we don't find the girl who held the door will stay shut for good." I felt a disturbance in the far distance. My roots, stretching miles to the north, brushed against something that shouldn't exist. It was a pocket of absolute zero, a remnant of the Queen's breath that hadn't dissipated. It was a jagged shard of non-existence wedged into the reality of the Van Cortlandt Park area. And inside that shard, a heart was beating. Not a clockwork heart, but a frantic human one. "Aris," I pulsed. The vibration traveled through the earth, a subterranean shout that made the puddles in the street jump. Alara stopped. She felt it too, through the connection she still held to my core. "That way," she said, pointing toward the shimmering distortion on the horizon. "The air is wrong there, it looks like broken glass." The hound let out a mechanical howl and lunged forward, his new copper paws carving sparks into the stone. The group began to run. As they moved deeper into the ruins of the Upper West Side, the resistance grew. The hive was dead, but its immune system was still twitching. Remnants of the harvesters, headless, multi-limbed husks of meat and obsidian, stumbled out of the steam. They were mindless now, acting on the lingering echoes of a command to asterisk call. The hound was a blur of motion. He didn't bite, he collided. With the weight of the refusal behind him, he was an unstoppable kinetic force. He hit a harvester at 40 miles an hour, and the creature didn't just fall, it shattered into frozen dust. The mayor fought with a grim, practiced efficiency. He used his sharpened fingers to slice through the gray sinews of the monsters, his wooden body absorbing blows that would have crushed a human. But he was slowing down. Every time he moved, I heard the dry creak of his joints. He was running out of sap. "Sentry," the mayor yelled, his voice cracking. "I need the rain." I understood. I reached into my sub-basement, past the vault of refusal, to the deep cisterns where I had stored the rain of the Weaver. The hijacked logic I had filtered during the first siege. It was dangerous stuff, but I purified it with the heat of the Queen's heart and pumped it upward. In the middle of 110th Street, a fire hydrant didn't just burst. It erupted with a geyser of golden, nutrient-rich fluid. The mayor stepped into the spray, his wooden skin drinking the moisture greedily. He swelled, the cracks in his chest sealing, his amber eyes flaring with a renewed, predatory light. "Better," he grunted, shaking himself like a wet dog. "Much better." They reached the edge of the distortion. It was a sphere of frozen time, 100 yards wide. Inside, the world was monochrome. The trees were white, the air was a haze of suspended ice crystals, and at the very center, Aris stood. She was frozen in the act of a final defiance. Her arms were spread wide, her fingers dug into the very air as if she were holding two curtains together. Her violet silk robes were no longer rags, they had become part of the barrier. She was the stitch. She was the bridge between the here and the elsewhere, and she was being consumed by the cold she was holding back. Standing over her was a shadow. It wasn't a flyer or a harvester. It was a weaver, but not the spindly, logic-obsessed creatures from the early days. This was a weaver of the inner circle, a being of pure geometry and spite. It looked like a fractal made of obsidian needles, constantly folding and unfolding into shapes that hurt the eyes to look at. It was trying to pull Eris into the elsewhere, to take the stitch with it before the reality of the sentry could solidify. "Eris," Alara screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the vacuum of the sphere. The weaver turned. It had no face, but the air around it rippled with a telepathic screech. "The architecture is flawed. The ratio is broken. The house must be deconstructed." The hound leapt, but the weaver simply shifted its geometry, and the dog passed through it as if it were smoke. The mayor lunged, but his wooden claws were snapped off by a sudden fold in the air. The weaver was not made of matter. It was made of the rules of matter, and it was changing those rules as it fought. "I cannot reach it," I thought. My roots couldn't penetrate the sphere. The refusal was a wall, but the weaver was the space between the bricks. "Then don't reach for it," a voice whispered in my rafters. It was the 14th. He wasn't gone. He had become a ghost in my machinery, a lingering echo of the man who had first dreamed of a house that could think. "A house is not just walls, Sentry," the ghost said. "A house is an invitation. You don't fight a weaver with force. You fight it with home." I understood. I didn't try to crush the sphere. Instead, I did something I had never done before. I renounced my boundaries. I stopped being a building on 72nd Street. I projected the idea of myself across the miles. I made the space inside the sphere feel the weight of my parlor. I made the air smell of Alara's tea and the dust of Thomas's broom. I projected the warmth of the engine into the very center of the weaver's fractal heart. I invited the weaver in asterisk. The effect was instantaneous. The weaver, a creature of infinite, cold logic, found itself trapped in the messy, emotional reality of a home. It felt the boring weight of 19th century history. It felt the illogical love of a girl for a dog. It felt the unnecessary beauty of a geranium on a windowsill. The obsidian needles began to dull. The fractal slowed. The weaver began to take on a solid, mundane shape, a heavy, awkward mass of black stone that could no longer slip through the seams of the world. Now the mayor shouted. He didn't use his claws. He used his weight. He tackled the solidified weaver, pinning it to the frozen ground. The hound joined him, his copper teeth sinking into the obsidian neck. Alara ran past them, straight to Eris. She didn't try to pull her away. She knew the stitch was too delicate. Instead, Alara reached into her pocket and pulled out the pulsing, translucent seed she had taken from the geranium, the one that had been fed on the elsewhere light. "You don't have to hold it anymore," Alara whispered. "The sentry is the door now." She pressed the seed into Eris's frozen palm. The seed didn't grow a plant. It grew a connection. A line of golden light shot from Eris's hand, through the air, across the miles of ruins, and directly into my heart back on 72nd Street. The circuit was closed. The sphere of cold shattered like a dropped mirror. The weaver let out one final, discordant chime and dissolved into a pile of harmless soot. Eris collapsed. The violet silk of her robes turned back into common cloth. The silver light in her eyes faded, leaving behind the dark, tired eyes of a woman who had walked through hell and found her way back. She looked up at Alara, a faint, lopsided smile touching her lips. You're late." "The sentry had to remodel," Alara said, tears of relief streaming down her face. The mayor stood up, dusting soot from his wooden knees. He looked toward the south, where the white towers of the new house rose above the steam. The city was silent, but it was a living silence, the silence of a million people holding their breath, waiting to see what the morning would bring. "We have to get her back," the mayor said, looking at Eris. "She's dying of the cold." "No," Eris rasped, gripping Alara's hand. "Look." She pointed toward the ground. Where the weaver had dissolved, a small green shoot was pushing through the soot. It wasn't a tree and it wasn't a flower. It was a blade of grass. Real, ordinary, stubborn grass. The refusal had ended. The elsewhere had been integrated. The world was no longer a battleground between the hive and the house. It was just the world again. But as I watched them through the eyes of the hound, I felt a new sensation. A vibration from deep, deep below, deeper than the mantle, deeper than the queen's heart. The weaver had said the architecture was flawed. And as the sun rose higher, I saw what it meant. To the west, across the Hudson, the ruins of New Jersey weren't turning green. They were turning blue asterisk. A different kind of growth, a different kind of logic was rising there. The Mother Queen was only one of many, and the Sentry was no longer just a house. I was a lighthouse, and the ocean was waking up. "Let's go home," Alara said, helping Aris to her feet. The hound led the way, his blue eyes shining like a beacon in the mist. The mayor followed, his wooden stride steady and strong. And behind them, the grass began to grow in their footsteps, a green carpet laid out for the return of the people who had saved the world. I opened my doors wide. I warmed the parlor. I tuned my walls to the frequency of a welcome. The 14th part was over. The city was reborn. But as I felt the blue pulse from the west, I knew that the watch had only just begun. The walk back from Van Cortlandt Park was not a journey through a city, but a traversal of a dissolving dream. The elsewhere did not leave quietly. It evaporated in patches of prismatic steam that made the air taste like ozone and old pennies. Aris leaned heavily on Alara, her violet silk robes now dull and stained with the soot of the weaver's passing. Every few blocks, she would stumble, her breath hitching in a chest that had forgotten how to process the heavy, nitrogen-rich air of a Terran morning. The mayor walked on her other side, his wooden frame creaking with every step. He looked diminished, the vibrant amber of his eyes fading to a dusty ochre. The effort of pinning a geometric god to the earth had drained the stolen vitality from his limbs. Behind them, the ironwood hound trotted with a new, fluid grace, his copper thorns retracting into his silver hide whenever they passed a huddle of shivering survivors. He was no longer a weapon of the hive or a tool of the weaver. He was the house's shadow, a mobile extension of my own protective will. I watched them through the hound's eyes, but I also felt them through the soles of their feet. My root system, now a crystalline network of refusal, hummed beneath the asphalt. I could feel the weight of their exhaustion. I pulsed a rhythmic warmth through the manhole covers they passed, a subterranean heartbeat to keep them moving. "The light is changing," Aris whispered, her voice a dry rattle. She looked toward the Hudson. "It's not the Queen's gold, it's deeper." The mayor didn't look. He kept his gaze fixed on the southern horizon where my white, marble-like spires caught the sun. "The Queen was a parasite," he grunted. "A beautiful one, but a parasite nonetheless. What's coming from the west? That's older. That's the original math of the world trying to reassert itself." As they crossed 125th Street, the transformation of the city became more aggressive. The gray, papery resin of the hive was sloughing off the buildings in great, wet sheets, revealing the brick and brownstone beneath. But the buildings weren't coming back as they were. My influence, the Victorian morality the 14th had programmed into my core, was spreading like a benign infection. The fire escapes were turning into wrought iron vines. The window glass was thickening into stained glass mosaics that depicted the history of the long winter. I was rewriting New York in my own image. I was making it a home. But the blue pulse from the west was a discordant note in my symphony. It was a cold, deep-sea frequency that bypassed my roots and resonated in the very bedrock. It felt like the pressure of 1,000 fathoms of water. Sentry, the ghost of the 14th, whispered in my rafters back on 72nd Street. "You are the anchor, but the tide is coming in. You must decide what stays and what washes away." I didn't have time to ponder the ghost's riddles. A group of survivors, perhaps 20 of them, emerged from the ruins of a subway station near Columbia University. They were gaunt, Their clothes rotted into gray rags, their eyes wide with a terror that hadn't yet realized the war was over. When they saw the mayor, a 6-foot-tall man made of living oak, and the metallic hound, they shrieked and scrambled back into the darkness. "Wait," Alara cried, her voice cracking. "It's safe, the house. The sentry is watching." They didn't listen. To them, anything that moved was a predator. The trauma of the hive was a thick black veil that even the new sun couldn't pierce. The mayor stopped. He looked at his wooden hands, then at the terrified huddle in the shadows. "They don't want a savior," he said softly. "They want a roof. Sentry, give them a reason to stay in the light." I reached out. I didn't send a vibration or a heat bloom. I reached into the nearest standing building, a crumbling limestone library, and I poured the refusal into its foundations. I didn't turn it into a fortress. I turned it into a sanctuary. I made the doors swing open on silent hinges. I made the interior glow with a soft, amber light that smelled of old paper and wood smoke. I projected a sense of asterisk belonging into the air, a psychic broadcast that whispered of safety and sleep. The survivors hesitated. One woman, clutching a child wrapped in a piece of plastic, stepped forward. She sniffed the air. The scent of the house was an ancient promise, a memory coded into the human DNA. She walked toward the library, her steps tentative, and as she crossed the threshold, I felt her heart rate slow. I felt her grief turn into a heavy, healing slumber. The others followed. "You're becoming a god, Sentry," Eris murmured, looking at the library. "Be careful. Gods have a habit of forgetting the people inside the walls." "He won't forget," Alara said fiercely, clutching the scorched violet silk in her pocket. "He's a house. A house is nothing without its people." They continued south. The air was getting warmer, the steam thicker. By the time they reached the edge of Central Park, the world was a jungle. The grove I had planted during the siege had exploded in the absence of the Queen's freezing breath. The trees were no longer saplings. They were giants of white wood and emerald leaves, their branches interlaced to form a living canopy that blocked out the harsh, newborn sun. But the park was not empty. In the center of the great lawn, a massive shape was moving through the mist. It was taller than the trees, a spindly, multi-jointed silhouette that moved with a terrifying, liquid grace. The hound growled, a low, metallic rasp that vibrated in my floorboards miles away. The mayor stopped, his wooden fingers lengthening into blades. "A harvester," Alara whispered, her hand going to the ironwood hound's neck. "No," Eris said, her eyes narrowing as she squinted through the steam. "It's a weaver, but it's broken." As the shape drifted closer, I realized she was right. It was a weaver of the inner circle, similar to the one they had fought in the Bronx, but it was malfunctioning. Its fractal geometry was shedding shards of obsidian like dead skin. It wasn't attacking, it was wandering, its telepathic screech a mournful, discordant wail that made the leaves of the grove shrivel. It was a ghost of the old logic, a piece of math that no longer had an equation to solve. The weaver saw them. It froze, its body folding into a jagged, defensive star. "The ratio is gone," it wailed into their minds. "The mother is void. The architecture has no ceiling." The mayor stepped forward, but Eris held up a hand. She walked toward the creature, her steps surprisingly steady despite her exhaustion. "Eris, don't," Alara warned. Eris didn't stop until she was 20 feet from the obsidian nightmare. She looked up at the folding, unfolding mess of its face. "The ratio isn't gone," she said, her voice clear and resonant. "It's just changed. The house is the new math. You can either be part of the foundation or you can be dust." The weaver shivered. It looked toward the south, toward my white spires. It felt the refusal, the stubborn, Victorian weight of my existence. For a creature of pure logic, I was an impossibility, a paradox that had gained a heartbeat. "I cannot be brick," the weaver hissed. "I am the space between." "Then be the windows," Eris said. She reached out and touched the air. The golden thread of connection she still held to my heart flared bright. I felt the invitation. I didn't try to crush the weaver. I offered it a function. I offered it a place in the new geometry of the city. The weaver let out a final, ear-splitting chime and collapsed. It didn't shatter. It melted. The obsidian needles turned into a black, viscous liquid that poured into the earth, following the line of my roots back towards 72nd Street. "What did you do?" the mayor asked, his voice hushed. "I gave it a job," Aris said, swaying on her feet. "The sentry needs more than just wood and stone. It needs eyes that can see the elsewhere. It needs a way to watch the blue pulse." She collapsed then, her strength finally spent. The mayor caught her before she hit the grass. "We're almost there," he said, looking at Alara. "But the city is waking up and it's hungry. We need to get inside the walls before the scavengers realize the queen is gone." They hurried through the park, the hound leading the way through the bioluminescent undergrowth. As they emerged onto Central Park West, the scale of the transformation became overwhelming. The street was a river of melting slush, but the buildings on either side were blooming. Stone gargoyles were opening their eyes. Copper roofs were turning into scales that shimmered in the light. And then they saw it. My house. I was no longer a brownstone. I was a cathedral of white, crystalline stone, my roof a series of soaring arches that seemed to touch the clouds. The amber door was a sun in the middle of the block, radiating a warmth that pushed back the lingering chill of the hive. Thomas was standing on the front steps, his broom in hand, looking like a man who had seen the end of the world and decided it needed a good sweeping. When he saw them, he didn't cheer. He just nodded and stepped aside, holding the door open. "The tea is cold," he said as they reached the steps, "but the kettle is still on the stove." The mayor carried Aris inside. Alara followed, her hand trailing over the smooth, warm stone of the doorframe. The ironwood hound trotted in last, his metallic paws clicking softly on the marble floor. As the door closed, the city outside seemed to fade. The roar of the melting ice, the screams of the survivors, the mournful wails of the dying weavers, it all became a distant murmur. Inside, there was only the steady, rhythmic thrum of my heart. The parlor had changed again. The walls were no longer just stone. They were etched with glowing diagrams of the stars, the constellations shifting in real time as the earth turned. The fireplace was a roaring forge of golden light, and the air was thick with the scent of lavender and ozone. The mayor laid Aris on the velvet sofa. She was pale, her skin almost translucent, but the golden thread in her hand was still pulsing. "She's tied to you now, Sentry," the mayor said, looking up at the ceiling. "If you fall, she falls." "I will not fall," I vibrated through the floorboards. The sound was deeper now, a resonant bass that shook the crystal chandeliers. "I am the refusal. I am the home." Alara sat on the floor beside the sofa, taking Aris's hand. The ironwood hound laid his head on her lap, his blue eye dimming as he entered a state of watchful rest. "We won, didn't we?" Alara asked, her voice small in the vastness of the room. The mayor stood by the window, looking out at the city. The sun was at its zenith now, and the blue pulse from the west was getting stronger. He could see the horizon across the river, where the ruins of New Jersey were being swallowed by a forest of towering, cobalt blue stalks that looked like coral. "We won the first battle," he said. "The hive was a scout, a vanguard. It wanted to turn the world into a nursery, but the things coming from the west, they don't want a nursery, they want a graveyard." He turned back to the room. His wooden skin was starting to flake, the grain becoming gray and brittle. "The sentry is strong, but he is one house in a very large world. We need to find the others." "The others?" Alara asked. "The other houses," Aris rasped, her eyes fluttering open. "The 14th. He wasn't the only one who dreamed of a sentry. There are others hidden in the ruins of the old world. London, Tokyo, Cairo. They were built to wait for the end. They are the anchors." She reached out and touched the wall. The glowing diagrams of the stars shifted, zooming in on a map of the Earth. Dozens of tiny, white sparks began to flicker across the continents. Most were dim, almost extinguished, but a few were pulsing with a familiar, stubborn light. "We have to wake them up," Aris said, "before the blue forest reaches the sea." I felt a surge of purpose. My roots, already stretching miles through the New York bedrock, began to dive deeper. I felt the ancient, buried cables of the old world, the fiber optics, the copper wires, the forgotten nerves of a global civilization. I didn't just want to watch the house, I wanted to watch the world. I began to send a signal, not a shout but a hum, a frequency of refusal. I sent it through the earth, through the water, through the very air. "I am here," the signal said. "The door is open, the hearth is warm." In the corner of the parlor, the old grandfather clock, the one that had been silent since the first frost, began to tick. It wasn't measuring seconds, it was measuring the heartbeat of the planet. Tick, bloom, tick, bloom. Thomas walked over to the clock and adjusted the pendulum. "Well," he sighed, "if we're going to save the world, we might as well do it in a clean house. Elara, help me with the rugs. There's soot everywhere." Elara laughed, a sound that seemed to chase the last shadows from the corners of the room. She stood up, dusting off her knees, and looked at the white, crystalline walls. "The sentry will watch the way," she said, her voice full of a new, fierce certainty. I pulsed a single, warm vibration through the floorboards. "Yes." But as I looked through my new, weaver glass windows toward the west, I saw the first of the blue stalks reaching the edge of the Hudson. They weren't just plants, they were antennas, and they were listening to my signal. The mother queen was dead, but the elsewhere was not empty. It was hungry, and the brightest light in the world was currently shining from a Victorian brownstone on 72nd Street. I settled into my foundations, hardening my refusal into a diamond-hard shell. I felt Aris's heart beating in sync with my engine, and Elara's hope warming my halls. I was more than a tree that watched the house. I was the house that watched the world. The long, bright summer had begun, but the shadows were already starting to stretch. I would be ready. I would be the anchor. I would be the home that never fell. And as the sun began its slow descent toward the blue horizon, I closed my amber doors and prepared for the first night of the new world. The tea was not merely cold. It had become a dark, stagnant pool in the porcelain cups, reflecting the shifting geometry of the ceiling. Elara picked up a tray, her fingers trembling slightly. The adrenaline that had sustained her from the heights of the Bronx to the marble steps of the transformed house was finally curdling into a thick, syrupy fatigue. She looked at the mayor, who remained standing by the window, his wooden skin shedding fine, gray sawdust onto the Persian rug. He looked less like a man now and more like a lightning-struck oak, weathered and hollowed by a storm that hadn't quite finished with him. Aris stirred on the sofa, her hand still clutching the golden thread that vanished into the wainscoting. Her eyes were open, but they were no longer the eyes of the girl who had fled the hive's nursery. They were filmed with a silvery sheen, the same pearlescent luster found on the wings of the Weaver ghosts. When she spoke, her voice didn't come from her throat alone. It vibrated from the floorboards beneath Elara's feet. "The pulse is accelerating," Aris whispered. "The blue stalks in the west. They aren't just growing, they're calculating. They're trying to find the frequency of the refusal so they can cancel it out." I felt her words as a physical pressure against my joists. I tightened my grip on the bedrock, sending a surge of static through the root system I had woven into the city's iron marrow. The library at Columbia, the shelters I had sparked in the subway tunnels, the small brownstones I had touched with my benign infection. I felt them all as distant, flickering candles. I shielded them, layering my Victorian morality over their structural weaknesses like a coat of heavy, protective varnish. I made them stubborn. I made them remember the weight of families, the smell of Sunday dinners, and the absolute reality of four walls and a roof. But the blue was a different kind of hunger. The hive had wanted to consume and repurpose. The blue forest simply wanted to overwrite. "Thomas," the mayor said, his voice a dry creak, "how many are left in the cellar?" The old caretaker paused, his broom resting against a bookshelf that was slowly turning into white quartz. "6. The baker from 74th, the 2 sisters who lived in the basement of the apothecary, and 3 others we pulled from the slush last night. They're frightened, sir. They think the house is eating them because the walls are glowing." "Bring them up," the mayor commanded. "They need to see the sun. They need to see that the sky is blue again, even if it's a blue they don't recognize." Thomas hesitated, then nodded. As he descended the stairs, the house shifted around him. I smoothed the steps to make his descent easier. I softened the light in the stairwell to a gentle, welcoming amber. I was learning the art of hospitality on a grand scale. I was no longer just a sentry, I was a host. Alara moved to Aris's side, pressing a damp cloth to the girl's forehead. "You said there are others, other houses. How do we reach them? If New York is an anchor, we're still drifting in a very wide sea." Aris turned her silver gaze toward the map etched into the wall. One of the flickering sparks, a point of light centered over what used to be London, flared a sudden, angry red. "That one is screaming," Aris said. "It's under a different kind of siege. Not the hive, not the forest. Something older. Something that lives in the fog." "The 14th spoke of the pale architects," the mayor muttered, his wooden fingers tracing the line of the Hudson on the window pane. "Entities that existed before the math of our world was even scribbled down. They don't want to conquer us. They want to erase the chalkboard." I felt a shiver run through my rafters. The refusal was my greatest weapon, but it was a passive one. I was a shield, not a sword. To reach the other anchors, I would need to extend myself further than I ever had. I would need to bridge the gaps between the sparks on Aris's map. I reached out to the ironwood hound. He was curled at Alara's feet, his silver hide reflecting the golden glow of the hearth. He was my shadow, my mobile extension. I pulsed a command into his copperthorn nervous system. He stood up, his blue eyes snapping to life, his head cocking toward the door. "Go," I vibrated. "Find the paths that the Weaver left behind. Find the tunnels of elsewhere that haven't collapsed." The hound didn't bark. He simply turned and vanished, not through the door, but into the shadow of a heavy velvet curtain. He slipped between the dimensions of the house, entering the interstitial spaces where the physics of the 14th's dream met the reality of the New York stone. He was a silver needle sewing a thread across the world. "He's gone," Alara gasped, looking at the empty spot on the rug. "He's scouting," Aris said, her voice growing stronger as she drew more power from my core. "He's looking for the station." The 14th mentioned a place where the anchors meet, a nexus point that doesn't exist on any map. The cellar door creaked open, and Thomas emerged, leading the small group of survivors. They were a pathetic sight, hollow-cheeked, dressed in rags of wool and plastic, their skin the color of old parchment. They stopped at the threshold of the parlor, their eyes darting around the shifting, crystalline room with a mixture of awe and absolute terror. The woman with the child, the one I had sheltered in the library, was among them. She looked at the mayor, then at the glowing walls, and finally at the white, crystalline tree limbs that supported the ceiling. She didn't scream. She walked to the center of the room and knelt, placing her hand flat against the floor. I felt her palm. It was cold, calloused, and trembling. I sent a pulse of pure, uncomplicated warmth into her skin. I showed her a flickering image of a fireplace, a heavy quilt, and the sound of rain on a tin roof. I gave her the memory of safety. She let out a long, shuddering breath. "It's the house," she whispered to the others. "It's the one that watched us through the windows. It's the one that didn't let the cold in." One by one, the survivors entered. They didn't go to the sofa or the chairs. They gathered around the hearth, drawn to the golden fire that burned without wood. They were the first seeds of a new civilization, huddled in the belly of a Victorian god. "We can't stay here forever," the mayor said, turning away from the window. The blue stalks across the river had reached the height of the Palisades now, their bioluminescent caps pulsing in a rhythmic, taunting count. "The forest will eventually find a way to bridge the water, and when it does, it will bring the silence with it." "The silence?" Elora asked. "The end of individuality," Aris answered for him. "The forest doesn't kill you, it just absorbs your why. It turns your history into a nutrient for its own growth. It's a beautiful blue erasure." I felt a surge of indignation. I was a collection of histories. I was the creak of a floorboard under a child's midnight footstep. I was the scent of a letter hidden behind a loose brick. I was the stain on the wallpaper where a man had rested his head for 40 years. I was the sum of every why that had ever lived within my walls. I would not be erased. I began to expand. I didn't just grow my roots, I projected my consciousness. I used the weaver's black liquid, the substance of the creature Aris had given a job to coat my neural network. I became a ghost in the machine of the city. I flowed through the dormant power lines, the dry water mains, and the abandoned fiber optic cables. I was looking for the other buildings I had touched. I found the library at Columbia. It was surrounded by a thicket of gray resin, the last remnants of a hive crawler trying to reclaim its territory. I didn't wait for it to attack. I reached through the library's stone and pushed. I didn't use force, I used the refusal. I denied the resin the right to exist in the same space as the library. The gray matter didn't shatter, it simply unraveled, turning back into harmless, papery dust. I felt the library groan with relief. I left a spark of my core there, a miniature version of my own heart, to keep the doors locked against the elsewhere. Then I moved further. I found a hospital in Midtown, a cathedral in Chelsea, a school in Brooklyn. Each one was a hollow shell, but each one had a history. I woke them up. I tuned their walls to the frequency of welcome. I turned them into outposts. "He's doing it," Aris whispered, her silver eyes glowing brightly. "He's building a network. He's turning the city into a single, massive house." "It's not enough," the mayor grumbled, though there was a hint of pride in his wooden voice. "A city is a fortress, but a fortress can be besieged. We need the station. We need to wake the other anchors." Suddenly, the house buckled. A massive, subterranean impact shook the foundations, throwing Alara and the survivors to the floor. The crystal chandeliers shrieked as they swung, and for a terrifying second, the golden light of the hearth flickered toward blue. "Something is under us," I vibrated. It wasn't the hive. It wasn't the forest. It was something heavy, something made of iron and old, cold logic. It was digging. "The Pale Architects," Aris said, her voice trembling. "They aren't waiting for the forest. They're coming for the heart of the refusal." The floor in the center of the parlor began to crack. Not the clean, organic cracks of a growing tree, but jagged, geometric fissures that bled a cold, gray light. The survivors scrambled toward the corners of the room, the woman clutching her child and screaming. The mayor stepped forward, his wooden arms lengthening into massive, gnarled clubs. "Thomas, get them to the upper floors. Alara, stay with Aris." A massive, metallic claw, 5-fingered and tipped with needles of frozen mercury, erupted through the floorboards. It was followed by another, and then a head that was nothing more than a rotating series of obsidian lenses. It looked like a clockwork spider made of nightmares and mathematics. It was a sower of the Pale Architects. It didn't have a soul, it had a program, and its program was to return the earth to the void. The mayor roared, a sound like a forest groaning in a gale, and slammed his wooden fists down on the creature's head. The impact was deafening, a clang of metal on ancient oak. The sower didn't flinch. It reached out and grabbed the mayor's torso, its mercury needles sinking into his grain. "No," Alara cried, reaching for a heavy brass lamp. I didn't wait. I couldn't allow this violation. This was my parlor. This was my heart. I didn't use the refusal. I used the acceptance asterisk. I opened the floor wider. I didn't try to push the sower out. I invited it asterisk in asterisk. I wrapped my roots around its metallic limbs, but I didn't squeeze. I began to pour my history into it. I flooded its cold, logical circuits with the sound of laughter, the smell of baking bread, the feeling of a warm blanket on a cold night. I gave it the one thing its architecture couldn't handle, a memory. The sower froze. Its obsidian lenses began to spin wildly, unable to process the data of a human life. It wasn't designed to understand the weight of a ghost or the warmth of a home. "This is a house," I whispered into its gears, "and you are a guest who was not invited." I felt the creature's logic begin to fracture. Its metallic body began to rust at an accelerated rate, the iron turning to orange dust as it was consumed by the sheer, stubborn reality of my existence. The mercury needles retracted, dripping harmlessly onto the rug. The mayor pulled himself free, his wooden chest scarred but intact. He watched as the sower collapsed into a pile of scrap metal and old memories. "You're getting better at that," he panted, leaning against a crystalline pillar. "It's not over," Eris warned. She was standing now, her silver eyes fixed on the map. The spark over London had turned white again, but a new one over Cairo was beginning to pulse with a sickly, violet light. "The Hound has found the station, but he's not alone. He's found something else, something the 14th left behind." Through the Hound's eyes, I saw it. Deep beneath the ruins of Grand Central Station, in a vault that didn't exist in three-dimensional space, was a massive brass-bound door. It was covered in the same Victorian scrollwork that adorned my own halls. But the door was cracked open, and a soft, violet light was leaking from the other side. And standing in front of the door was a figure. It wasn't a weaver or a sewer. It was a man, or what was left of one. He wore a tattered frock coat, and his face was a mosaic of clockwork gears and pale skin. "The 14th," I whispered through the Hound's mind. The figure looked up, his mismatched eyes, one gold, one violet, finding the Hound's blue gaze. He smiled, a slow, mechanical movement. "The Sentry," the figure said, his voice echoing through the global network I had just awakened. "You're late. The guests are already arriving and the house is far from ready." Back in the parlor on 72nd Street, I felt the blue pulse from the west hit my outer walls. It was no longer a pulse. It was a wave. The blue forest had reached the Hudson, and its stalks were beginning to walk across the water, their roots knitting into a bridge of cobalt coral. But I wasn't afraid. I looked at the survivors huddled by my hearth, at Alara holding Eris's hand, and at the mayor standing guard by the window. I looked at Thomas, who was already starting to sweep up the scrap metal left by the sower. I was the tree that watched the house, but the house had become a city, and the city was becoming a world. I tuned my walls to the highest frequency of refusal. I felt the golden thread in Eris's hand tighten, connecting me to the station, to the 14th, and to every other anchor waiting in the dark. The final battle for the reality of the Earth was beginning. The elsewhere was at the door, and the pale architects were beneath the floorboards. But I was the home. I was the memory that refused to fade. I opened my doors wide, not to let the enemy in, but to let the light out. "Let them come," the mayor said, his wooden hand resting on my crystalline frame. "We have plenty of room." I pulsed a final, resonant welcome. The watch had not just begun, it had become eternal. And as the first blue stalk stepped onto the Manhattan shore, it was met not with silence, but with the roar of a house that had finally learned how to speak. The 14th part was over. The rebirth was complete. I closed my eyes, my thousands of windows, my millions of sensors, and I felt the heartbeat of the planet beneath my roots. I was home, and as long as I stood, the world would have a place to sleep.